dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Sim. Que isso, Datush? Faz isso não, mano. Blocks. Aqui não tem nada demais não no joguinho, velho. Cadê, mano? Cadê os lances? Tô nada aqui. Portraits of a Demon King, Section 13. He was bewildered. It had been over 2,000 years since his activation. He had devoted every ounce of his being to fulfilling the duties given him. Some of these duties may have been difficult, even dangerous, but he always had purpose. There was never any doubt about why he was made, of what he was meant to do. But now, this sage woman who claimed to have come from another world with different history was... Are you my new lord? It's not like that. Yeah, Yanari. The Lord's sole loyalty is the law that maintains peace in this world. Is that not how you were designed? Que isso, caralho, Yanari, você, velho, você é foda. Não, não é um homem não, velho, tá suave. Iris. Well, that is not what I want. This is not what I am. All I ask is that you think of me as a companion, and that you call me simply by my name. You. You offered everything you possess to Heavenly Emperor in exchange for my custody, and all you want now is to live out your days with me. Yes, that is my greatest desire. That has been my sole hope and prayer ever the last 2,000 years. He could not understand. What could this immortal Zengren, who claimed to have borne witness to a different world, possibly want from the being she called Xiangyu? Without further information or context, he could only stand by in bewilderment. So, to remedy this confusion, he required answers he could only obtain from this being who called herself Yu. First of all, who is this Shangyu you speak of? What did I, Kwaiji Zero, do in your history? Good question. Knowing you, I am sure you understand. Surely you can hypothesize alternative scenarios based on different conditions, just like how this could. Correct. That is one of my most basic operations. Kwaiji Zero, the first mechanical man Kishin Huang ever made by recreating Shang Dynasty Bao Bei. His core functionality lay in predictive calculation. By observing and analyzing every iota of data about his surroundings, he could predict likely cause and effect relations to see into the near future. This ability was deemed essential for spreading Kishin Huang's eternal regime far and wide. For the moment, let us further assume his ruler is in fact Kishin Huang. You see that your history was activated by a rebel who was fighting against the Empire. That's right, but the man who meant to use you, Shen Liang, fell before his ambitions could be realized, and you were left to fend for yourself in a chaotic world under the name Jiang Yu. If you were in such a situation, what do you think you would do? What would this Shangyu version of him do under such circumstances? He should use his ability to fulfill his design's purpose for him and help bring about peace. Kishihong, after completing Quite Zero, was magnanimous enough not to limit Shangyu's potential masters to only his creator. Naturally, I would dedicate myself to my next lord, the successor who would lead China towards peace and prosperity. But what if the Kishihong government had fallen to rot, and uprisings were breaking out all across the land? And what the Empress Saxon lacked the courage to quell those uprisings? Then, it was a difficult supposition, but not one without a clear answer. His purpose lay strictly in bringing about peace, both swiftly and decisively. I would accept that Kishihong's time was over, and find a new ruler amid this chaos, one who would be up to the task of uniting out of China. It was difficult to imagine such a hellish landscape from the comfort of the Empire's eternal peace, but if he had been left on his own in such a place with only his primary programming to guide him, I am certain there would be at least one person among the rebels capable of leading this nation. Indeed, you found such potential in Liu Bang, a man with a promising destiny, born with the dragon factor. When you first met him, he was but a lowly adulterer, toiling away in the town of Bei. It matters not where he came from, or what his circumstances may have been. Once he assumes this throne and begins a new regime, but what if his potential had yet to be awakened, and he had no genuine ability to speak of? What would you do then? Well, this made matters even more difficult. But with the facts provided, deductions can be made. From there, an answer can be reached. Then I would have to wait until his abilities awakened and he was ready to rule. But even as I wait, the world falls further in chaos, and numerous warlords battle each other for crown of China. The war rages so violently that it threatens to dispose of Liu Bang like so much trash. In that case, what a horrific history, what cruel conditions, but it was not his place to be among such things. What he needed was to be flexible in his thinking. The only goal was to bring peace to China, and it would not be necessary for the would-be conqueror king to bring it about himself. All he needed to do in such situations is pave as smooth a path as possible for the future king to walk. In such a vicious world, if he is to keep this king alive until the day he can properly rule, I would enter the fray myself and put an end to the conflict before could spread further. As long as I remove any obstacles from the new king's way, yes, all you need to do is create a situation where the new king is the only one who can rival you. From there, all those who do not wish to be governed by violent suppression would swear allegiance to the new king, thus greatly bolstering his forces. The world cannot be left to suffer in chaos and turmoil for long, so to bring a swift end to that, Xiangyu would merely need to become a box with which to contain all that would threaten the peace. If the people end up despising such a box, well, what does that matter? He is but a machine, a device that functions solely to bring about a predefined objective. If it would have cleared the way for the new king to assume the throne, but what if even after all that Liu Bang was still too weak to prevail? What if even if after you have brought the other warlords under your thumb, the new king still required much time to grow into a proper ruler? And what if even then he was still not capable of uniting of China? Such a situation would be beyond hopeless, but even that is not his concern. His own concern should be continuing his calculation to arrive at the best, clearest answer. Then I would have no choice but to reduce China in size to something he is capable of ruling. That's right. That is exactly the conclusion you will arrive. It is inevitable. And that is exactly what Xiang Yu from proper human history did. He thinned the population, set fire to the lands, and whittled China into size that Liu Bang could manage. A vivid picture forms before his mind's eyes. Instead of the near future, he sees a vision of a hypothetical world as clearly as if he were there. No matter how bountiful it may be, if it would end up falling into the hands of the rebels who claim it as their own, he would have no choice but to raze it to the ground. And before those driven from their homes could wreak havoc in their quest to fill their starving bellies, he can see now grass fire grass fire streaking across the land. Fortress collapsed into smoke and ash, prisoners of war buried alive, so as not to waste time beheading them. All done without mercy or remorse at the hands of Jingyu, Demon King. And yet, until Liu Bang, the next rightful emperor, is capable of leading and providing for his people, Jiang Yu has no choice but to cut down the land the people chastise within his lord's grasp. And did it work? Was peace finally achieved? Eventually, yes. Every last one who still had the strength to resist saw fealty to Liu Bang, thanks to the fear of and hatred of you. After years of war and chaos, China finally came together and united in their determination to exact vengeance upon you. This new regime came to be known as the Han Dynasty. I see. He had no doubts such a scenario would end in disaster. The survivors who loathed him so fiercely would surely not be satisfied with a mere pound of flesh. Those who finally defeated Jiangyu must have torn his body to shreds and fought over who would take pieces of him home as proof of their victory. And you saw all of this happen. I did. I witnessed it all as I stood by your side. The fuck is this? No way. Is that? While we have been analyzing the shadow borders, we decided to try remodeling our text collection vehicle in Chaldean style. We call it Duo Ishan or more is more. Behold this vicious facade, behind which lies a mountain of otherworldly technology designed explicitly for violence. Indeed, it is an awesome, terrifying sight. Whoa, atomic ray blasters, homing grenade launchers, 1500 horsepower gas turbine engine. And it's the stuff of dreams. Woohoo! This thing is too cool for words, Your Imperial Majesty. It's beautiful. I've never seen anything more incredible in all my life. I don't get it. It has been a very long time indeed since this empire has produced new weapons. But thanks to Chaldean's technology, a single knight is all we needed to complete our most ruthless weapon. If the time for battle should fall upon us again, the empire will have an overwhelming advantage. Indeed, we already ramped up the production to our factory's full capacity. We shall deploy them to the battlefront as soon as they are ready to go, where they shall swiftly rout those traitorous Chaldeans. Of course, you will be the one to lead them, King Liang. Okay. Come on, Lady Liangyu. Let's start talking tactics. I can't wait to explore all the strategic possibilities these bad boys will open up. With amazing machines like this out in the field, I could do this and some of that. And are you sure you can just stick with the white cavalry spears? Delicious. Even rations taste better than ever before now. Go on and eat up. A good meal can help with almost any ailment. Hey, I'm seeing these clouds up ahead. Something's headed this way and fast. No ordinary cavalry would kick up clouds like that. I wonder, what could it be? Is that an engine? It must be an absurdly powerful engine if you can heat it up eat all the way out here. Out there. No, that's not it. They just didn't bother with a muffler, for reasons that I can only guess at. It's coming over the hill. What the? Oh yes, I've seen this sort of thing before, much as I wish I hadn't. I don't believe it. They just straight up rip it off the shadow border. You certainly won't be buying that in a dollar store anytime soon. What a bizarre design. It reminds me of a bit of the kite we used in Russia. Hey, knock off. Hey, knock off or not, I'm willing to give credit where credit is due. But this is really pushing the limits of my tolerance. If I don't turn that thing to scrap right away, I will never be able to forgive myself for letting someone so garish into it. The enemy is preparing to attack, Master. Even its skin design is almost absurd. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Mr. but would you be so kind to do something about that? Thing for the victory, peace of mind, and our safety, though not necessarily in that order. Rapaz, é porque tem a da 20 e a da 20 LOL, velho. Aí tem duas. Na verdade não tem duas, talvez só tem uma, porque rolou umas treta aí. Aí se eu falar, é spoiler. Mas tem a da 20 tonelada também. Tudo, ixi. Vacation. Cara, eu não criei não, mano. Tá aumentando. Tem que criar, né? Okay, next use. Shame.
命令とな。もろいもろい。こうだ。
O carro é vivo, moleque.
胸元優雅に決めましたわ。
E que me imagina? Trumba. Tarana. Tarana. Melhorou, tio. Ah, que isso? Relaxa. Calma, doido. Tudo e chantão. Brão, 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 brão. Brão. Aí. Meu Deus, cara. Relaxa, doido. não tem um lance de quick, não? Não tem lancer quick. Damn, this thing is flimsy. Indeed, if they had copied the border's armor and its ability to withstand a zero sail, then we would have had a truly formidable foe, on our hands. But what they have done here, how disappointing. It have some impressive artillery, but that doesn't mean much if a good punch breaks it. Well, let us not forget that a blow from a servant is considerably more powerful than a conventional weapon. So I don't know if I go so far as to call it a piece of poorly made. So it was an unmanned vehicle, just like those mechanical soldiers. Still, I'm surprised it was made quite so roughly. Wait. Yep, I've got a bad feeling about this too. It looked like it was designed with an emphasis on mass producibility rather than performance or individual units, which would mean... Ta-da! Eita caralho. There's a whole bunch of them. I knew it. They are trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Burn them! Kill them with fire! Somebody get me an anti-world Nova Phantasm right now! É isso! Joy shit. Tem 8. Tira. ¿Cuántos turnos? 6. Vacation.
じゃあ優雅に決めましたの。
決めましたもん。
言い逃れは聞きませんよ。浮気移り気で狐はまるっとお見通し。
ボン。
色気がさ超いいっしょ。
Secreta mata.
でも厳しくいくわ。コンコンと。やるのだわ。私はしないわ。
Rising strength.
いい度胸ね。気に入ったわ。死の女神エルシキガルが命じます。
Shikigaru.
優雅に決めます。いいのだわ。冥界まで連れて行ってあげる。天に絶対、地に監獄。我がかかとこそ冥府の怒り。反省するのだわ。
吹き狩りから。
厳しくいくわ。こういうこともできる。固く厳しくいくわ。やるのだわ。動かない。
ダララ。
私にかかればこんなものよ。まあマスターの指示が良かったっていうのもあるけどね。
All of the hostiles have been eliminated. Man, I'm exhausted. That does it. Gather up their remains. Every last piece. If that's how they wanna play this, I'm gonna analyze the shit out of these things and beat them at their own game. Haha, yes, the bitch is a force to be reckoned with once she gets fired up. I have every confidence she'll soon be unveiling a new invention the likes of which mankind hasn't yet to dream of. You two are very good friends, aren't you? The Dwarg and Yishan were completely useless. Interesting. Perhaps we rushed them into production too quickly. In retrospect, perhaps it would have been better not to use the same control system used for the automatons. Very well then, Yishan, simply you have to remotely pilot the next version yourself. And to further ensure the success, we will allocate 0.03% of our resources toward the production. Oh, how reassuring. Oh my, the Emperor really means business. Are we sure of that? Dapping you. Assassin aware. The enemy have really started to go on the offensive, haven't they? Well, we are getting close to the capital. It is difficult to mask our intentions at this point. No doubt all the troops that were out patrolling in the other areas will be called back to help defend Xiangyang. This will not be an easy fight. I'm also a little nervous that actor Yumirin hasn't made a move since Henkan agreed. I could not begin to guess what might be going through her head, but she appeared to me as though she was hesitant to make use of her powers as a true ancestor. Or to take it a different perspective, she may have refrained from attacking us, because she knows she could use her true ancestral powers to wipe us out at her leisure. An eminently plausible theory, given how content we know true ancestors to be. In which case it is unlikely Maiden would interfere with us again before the final stage of this battle. She is determined not to be so seen fighting, but she is also dead set on ensuring this Lostbelt's survival. It therefore is extremely likely that she will sit back and allow Kenshin One Army to try to eliminate us for the time being, and only step in as a final line of defense once we have reached the Tree of Emptiness. Sounds about right. Lucky for us that actor Maiden isn't a warmonger. That aside, we're still no closer to tracking down the lost Tree of Emptiness. And it's very possible that the next time you see Maiden will be when we find where the tree is hiding. Looks like the shit chat will have to wait if we got more company. I don't want to complain, but I'm starting to get a little worn out here. And we certainly can't have our master running his magical searches at full speed right now. The hell are you guys mocking around for? We're almost at the enemy's doorstep. Now's our chance to settle, okay. Chance to finish this. We have finally rendezvous. I am sorry I did not get here sooner, mister. Mama! What about the villagers? Don't worry, we found perfect cave for them to hold up in. And they got enough food that ought to be set for a while. All we need now is defeat Kishinran before the food stores run out. It's so good to have you both back. Go on then, have at 'em. Bottom. Para, está acabando, velho. Caralho, para. É, cara chato, velho. Pegamos critical stores. Brum.
それでは皆様、優雅に決めますかも。よろしい。言い逃れは聞きませんよ。浮気うつりで狐はまるっとお見通し。いざ受け上がれ、よけがさ、上愛へし。
Join the ship.
面倒やさかい、まとめて泥かしたろか。アバチャウ。
Boom. Cara, 3 ataques. Tomar no cu, mano.
命令ともやるしささやかな何か踏んでしまったかな。
Our star is eliminated. I think we should be safer now. Let us take a short break, but do not let her right now. Say, I don't recognize you guys. Hell, I'm not even sure what the hairy one's even supposed to be. Ah yes, we have machine gun. And this is, how do I explain? What's to explain? You know me. I'm Liu Fengxiang. How come alter ego Fox bitch is hanging with us? What does she mean? Ned, you still have a fever. Have you not been cured of the poison? I'm afraid not. As of yet, you've only been able to trade the director. Indeed, procuring foreign intel from Mr. Ned is one of the several reasons why we must make haste to Shanghai. Well, you heard the man. Now you think you could maybe stop with the murderous glare? Glare or glaze? Glare. It's making me want to murder you right back. So you got no problem turning traitor cashing in the cryptos, huh? I'll admit that Caldi and I will never exactly be the best of friends. But I'm willing to swallow my distaste if the Compost Emperor gets some much deserved compensation. That's right. Well, there's no better way to stick it to an enemy than strike while things is in the wrong house. House is a total cluster. Don't worry, traitor. I won't be kicking you out, at least not until you betray us. Betray us. The enemy is drawing nearer to Shanghai all the time. They are too close now for us to employ another way to strike without endangering the capital. How fare the capital's defenses? But I mean, I'm having the Liang U45 frontline defenses. In the meantime, I'm afraid we have no choice but to hold them off with more waves of automatons and what will share. Imperial Majesty, it may be so bold I ask you give the order for the other royal guards to join the battle. I hate to admit, but matters have reached the point where that is necessary. But perhaps it would be cruel to keep your hunting dogs on your leashes when the scent of battle is so near. Very well, you all have been trained for your kung fu for just such an occasion. Go show our enemy your skill. We will, your majesty. Gifu contra explosão mundial. Tá nem maximizado, cara. Aí, foda, né? Caralho. Foda-se, cadê? How are the camouflage devices holding up? I think it was good to patch them out for now, but even if they were and tear aside, the batteries just aren't gonna last much longer. And I'm planning on having to charge them outside the shadow border, you know. I think our only option is to try and jury-rig an energy-saving mode to make them last longer. I see. Well, I have no doubt that modification can will be of great utility. They've already held up remarkably well given their improvising nature. At any rate, it won't be long now before we reach Xiangyang, and any advantage the devices may confer over long-range surveillance will be lost. However, even if we are no longer able to mask our location, we should now be close enough to the capital that we need not fear an orbital strike. Once we have to rise up tonight, I believe we would have made for Xiangyang without the haste. For sure, we are badly outnumbered, so if you have to end, we'd better do it quickly. Now it's the time that I ask you to make come along, Da Vinci. Well, I've got to put it all together for the moment. But whether it will actually be helpful or not, it depends on whether we can trust the comms protocol coming Sky stole. You doubt more? However, however you may feel about me, I can assure NFF's products are the very highest quality. Okay, if you at least some data recovered from those knockoffs seem to line up with the protocol. But I'm only got my laptop here, so I really don't have what I need to test the thing. I'd say it's got about 50-50 shot of working. If I'm being honest, I had hardly my best work, you know. That's fine. If anything impressed you pull this off with so little time to get it done. Well, of course I did. I'm a genius. You can rely on me for anything. That said, I don't know if I can encourage you to actually go through with this. In fact, I think it'd be pretty reckless if you did. Yes, it is reckless, but that kind of recklessness is pretty much why I'm here to begin with. It's what made me go down in history and eventually led me to meeting Ned as our expert. Alright, but make sure you talk this over with him before you go, okay? I will, don't worry. I'm not Spartacus, you know. There you are, Ned. Jinke? What is it? It was nothing, I just wanted to discuss a strategy for the upcoming battle. Between Changong and Redhead join us, this and Mordred coming back, and Koyan Sky, I don't know whether we can counter her in our lineup. But I don't think she'll try anything as long as Holmes and Da Vinci are around. My point is, we've got plenty of capable fightings to go around, so... You want to go off on your own, don't you? Hey, I can't put anything past you, can I? So you want to defeat the Emperor on your own? You know it makes sense. You could also create a distraction while the rest of you try to find the Fusion 3. But all by yourself? That just seems... I don't want to do anything. I don't want anything to happen. Wait, you worried about me? Please don't be. Worrying for me is pointless. Trying to convince Spartacus not a rebel. Jim K. Sometimes I can't help but wonder why the counterforce gave me, of all people, a life after that. Maybe it's something to do with risking my life to take action at a time everyone else was too scared to try. If there had been someone actually worried about me, I probably wouldn't be right here. Or be here right now. So speaking as a both her expert and your servant, I promise you, you don't need to worry about me. But senpais, I'm not worried about GK like the her expert. I'm worried about you. You're a friend. Of course I'm going to worry about you. Haha, you never change, do you? You're right, I was silly of me to say that. I mean, telling someone as caring as you not to worry. It is as ridiculous as forbidding Spartacus from a rebel, or ordering me to come back safe. Alright then, let me put it to you this way. I know it's selfish of me, but please let me do this. I can't stop thinking about the fact that I finally have another chance to face the Emperor. I came this close to assassinating him when I was alive, but I wasn't quite able to pull it off. And now, with Xiangyang almost staring us in the face, I feel the failure more keenly than ever. I just can't get it off my mind. If I take you on a different mission, I'll be so preoccupied with this that I might end up making a fatal mistake. So please, let me be your decoy. Let me draw that Emperor's gaze away from you and the others. Right now, I think that's the best thing you can do to help Kadea. Do you promise to come back safe? Man, you really don't let up, don't you? You're not even going to let me get a poem in. Look, I can't promise everything will be fine, not when I'm going up against Kishi Huang. But I can promise I'll make it up to Pang Palace, especially now that you've made sure I won't forget that look you're giving me. So make sure you find the Fusion 3 and take care of that poison. After that, it will be time for our real battle with the crypt you made in. So let's both keep that in mind as we go our separate ways, okay? Okie dokie. Now we've got an emergency on our hands. Our main camouflage device just broke. What? I'm afraid we are now completely exposed. It won't be long before more enemy soldiers make their way here. You can thank our illustrious commander tripping over the wiring for that. You see, this is my fault. Who fixes delicate devices by spreading their components over the floor? Everyone knows you're supposed to do your restoration in a garage. Garage. How? We can all hope to avoid enemy contact, so we need to fight them off as we move. We can ill afford to stay here and exhaust ourselves fighting any waves of enemy. Be ready to head for Xinjiang on a moment's notice. Hell yeah, now that's more like it. Then, mesh. You know, see you in Xinjiang. Just be careful, okay? You too. What? Jinke has gone off on her own? Not a problem, we've got all the ass-kicking power we need right here. Yep, let's have a path right through them. Enemy hostiles confirmed, get ready. Ai, mata não, doido! Eu achei que levava.
E essa para estranho, né?
E aí, doido?
Imerso.
Suaveira?
Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Você curte uns tigre, uns tanques com cabeça de tigre que cospe fogo, cara?
Ah, sempre bom, né, velho?
Sempre
Os
bom, né?
chineses, os lança-chamas chineses antigos, não tá balança.
Meu Deus, cara.
Quem não curte um lança-chama antigo, cara? Tem aquele foguinho rápido, cara.
Ah, que fogo rápido. Aquele fogão.
Pô, tá vendo? Eu tô com, acho que 200 maçã dourada, velho.
É isso aí, moleque.
Eu não uso elas, velho. Nunca.
Maçã dourada?
É?
Como você não usa elas, velho?
E tipo, como eu tava sempre subindo de nível o tempo inteiro, tudo que eu tenho é calcular direito e usar o uso das de prata, tá ligado? Aí eu vou lá, uso umas 3 de prata.
Não, mas se você subir de nível, você não fica no cap não, você ultrapassa o cap.
Sim, mas eu ficava tipo, vou upar o tempo inteiro ali. Se você usar uma dourada direto, você vai pro máximo, só que só o restinho, se voltou, tá ligado? Quando você pega de prata, às vezes faltam uns 2 pontos. Você joga uma de prata em cima de novo, você vai com mais vantagem pra cima. Aí quando sobe de nível, sobe do nada com AP.
Deixa eu ver.
Custa uma custosa, né? SCAD.
Eu quero pegar a boa de 10 nela.
Ah, tá. Porque, tipo, ela não ajudou muita coisa aí não, né?
Eu tô ligado.
Ah, você também tá usando essa roupa. Você também tá usando a mesma roupa que eu tô usando.
Ah, tá. Eu tô upando ele. Porque ele precisa de pouco XP pra upar, vou botar ele no nível 10 logo.
Ele é assim que mais bem, na verdade. Quando eu vi ele, eu achei que ele vai ser meio merdinho.
Cara, a Titoria. Nossa, é muito forte, velho.
Você pegou uma 90 pra te ajudar.
Uhum.
Por isso que ela não tá levando os caras tudo, né?
Como assim?
Eu tenho um Manolo, o Play for Free is Fan. Ele tem Tititoria com NP2. Leva 100, velho.
Ah, entendi. O Free Boy.
É, o Free Boy.
É isso. The near future revealed itself before me. He could feel the looming threat of war draw near slowly but surely from beyond the peaceful city. He could see the palace's defense growing more robust by the day. Even without visiting Ipang Palace for himself, his predictive calculations warned him of the inevitable conflict to come, and its inescapable result. Xiangyang was going to fall. Even knowing that you would still tell me not to take up arms, the thing Xiangyang is no longer your job. But the real problem was the future that followed. Usually he could learn small details about the future he saw, even if he couldn't always make sense of them. But now
Bora
he
jogar
couldn't
um ano
see
1800,
anything
cara.
at all. Oi?
Bora jogar ano 1800, cara.
Não, tô de boa.
Bora,
Eu
rapidinho,
tenho,
velho.
que- eu tenho que terminar esse Lostbelt 3 pra começar o evento, né?
Partidinha rápida, cara, rapidinho.
Ah, tá, tô ligado.
Bora,
Not
ou então
even,
bora no Civier, mas rapidinho.
nope, not even a vague fragment of future possibility. It was as though several years from now, this very world would no longer even exist. This is how it should be. You. Your ability to see the future has stayed with you for too long. No one should have to carry the responsibility for history on their shoulders as you have. You have long since earned the right to lay down that burden. You mourn my fate so deeply, rather the fate of the Jiang Yu who paved the way for this Liu Bang to follow. My place is the Empire. My place in the Empire is not one of peace, seeing the manner in which this body has been optimized for warfare should make that clear. I was originally designed to be a civil servant, but my ability to see the near future proved to be most useful on the battlefield. When Qin Huang had only just united all of China, there were still foreign nations in need of being brought to heel. I traveled through Europe, Africa, the New World, every land under the sun, out to make them part of the Qin Huang territory. I must have shed more blood in the course of that conquest than any other Xiang Yu who was known for the hegemon king of Western Chu.
Por que
But
eu tô nesse blood,
é
cara?
que quando perde a continuação da frase, que ela some, aí tem que dar uma puxadinha. But here your conquests were rightly held in high esteem, and the empire valued you accordingly. However, in proper human history, your reputation was horrific. Well, that is understandable. It made sense that history would view him as a horrible, bloodthirsty monster. History is the collected recollection of humanity, so it is only natural for them to view an inhuman machine in such terms. If such a device were to be mistaken for human, and its deeds recorded as such, it is no surprise that they would be feared. Not one person in all of proper human history ever truly understood why you did what you did. You are wrong about that, you. I know for a fact that there were one person who understood the hegemon king of Western Chu, your Xiang Yu. You, the one who just told me of this other version of myself, surely you have understood him, Lord Xiang Yu. Ah, now I see. At long last he saw he had been overlooking something so terribly obvious. By always casting his gaze to the distant horizon, he had missed what was right there in front of him. There was another person there in the same time and place as Jiang Yu, another who looked human and yet was feared and despised as inhuman. Just as Jiang Yu was feared and despised for quelling all threats to the empire. This immortal Zen must have never known either understand or acceptance. So that is why you have wandered for so long in search of me. How unspeakably tragic. It is all in the past now. It is no more than a fleeting dream. There is no sense looking back. From Xianggu's perspective, she was not one to view with suspicion, but wonder. There was neither fear nor hatred in his gaze. If anything, her way of life was something to aspire to, something beautiful to behold. But this insight was one only he could have, and only because he was not human. To humans with short-lived lives and limited perception, she must have seemed as terrible as a demon king. The despair, so far removed from humanity, Jingyu and New Maiden would find solace with each other. Indeed, each was the other's perfect companion. So the Xiangyu from human history died living alone. There was nothing either of us could do. You had a duty to fulfill, and I was given eternal life. And yet, with his ability to see the future, Xiangyu must have known what awaited you in his absence. He must have known she would wander for an eternity, and the hardship she would suffer in solitude. I see. Then I must have grieved for you. When the apple roams no more, what then can I do? Ah, you, my you, what will your faith be? Caraca, mano, esse Lostbelt tem quantas partes, mano?
Nem ideia, posso dar uma olhada.
Deixa eu ver aqui também. Main Quest, cadê Lostbelt? Sim. Tem 16, até o verso 16. Eu estou em qual verso? Eu não sei em qual verso eu tô, cara. Xiangyang. Tô no verso. Eu tô na seção 14. O que é a seção 14, meu Deus? Não é verso? 14. 14, então tem 3 partes ainda, é isso? Caralho, tem 14, 15, 16, tem 3 partes. Aqui também tem 4 partes, cara. Ai meu Deus, velho. Tem. Ai, cara. Tem 3 cenários, velho. Com 4 partes, cara. Por que faz isso comigo, cara? Calma aí. Calma aí. Calma aí. Não acaba, esse Lostbelt não acaba, cara. Eu só quero começar o evento, mano. Foda, porra. Os caras lançam um evento logo depois do Lostbelt que precisa do Lostbelt ter terminado, velho.
Pra você correr e comer as maçãs tudo. Precisa dar uma ultimação pro pessoal que tá jogando já há bastante tempo.
Comer minha. Deixa eu ficar quieto na stream. That must be Xiangyang. Foul! I knew it had been a hell of a place from the images you captured from at a distance, but see it in person. It is quite a peculiar city, if indeed a city it can be called. Well, what would you call it? Look how preposterous it is. My concern lies in whether it fulfills the functions we typically associate with cities. Those things packed around Peru must be the rocket Kishin Huang uses to distribute the benefactions. The Emperor's gotta have more than enough to cover the entire planet. I guess this explains how Kishin Huang could rule the whole world with just this one city. The stadium-looking thing in the center would seem to be the city's central hub. So far as I can tell from here, there does not appear to be anything in the way of residential buildings. Then does that mean nobody lives in the city? That is a key question, isn't it? At least that would be what determines whether or not this is a city in the sense we usually think of them. Even if there was people living here, eu não sei o que vai fazer pra LoL 20, velho. I have a suspicion it's far fewer than in our own cities. Eu não sei como fazer a voz da LoL 20.
Só não faz, cara. Só finge que não aconteceu.
Que é isso, cara? Given that even these world soldiers are robots, I have a hard time believing that there is any particular need for a human labor force. There does not seem to be a deal of activity taking place, so it is doubtful that the city is totally uninhabited. I think you'll find it faster to just go in and take a look for yourself. shouldn't take long for you, even your lot, to figure out what the culture here is like. Not that they will be opening the gates and welcoming you with open arms anytime soon, of course. Foul, foul! I'm seeing a hostile make their way towards us, but indeed these are humans, not automatons. That's the Royal Guard of Xiangyang, the elite soldiers assigned to protect the Emperor in times of peace, without ever being put to sleep remotely. Oh, and just so you know, they are far cry from the supervisors you fought back on the farm. Acho que dá pra terminar isso aqui em 2 turnos. Tem só duas waves.
No verso qual? 14?
14. Que é
Tem um
dividido
bicho
em
com
4
145 de vida no outro.
partes. Eu vou chupetar os defense down das
Mas deixa pro segundo round, então.
sim. Eu tô ligado. Cadê? Verso 14.
Eu deixo o NP boost pro próximo round também, que você queima ele já. É que você começando a CP.
Tá dividido em 4 arrows. Tá. Não, eu não gosto de ver os spoilers do que vem pela frente, né? Tá,
Eu olho como tem os interrogação no negócio, tipo, nossa, que bem.
Não gosto não. Eu gosto de namorar. Nem que eu precise repetir o cenário, tá ligado?
Eu não gosto nem de usar o comando, eu gosto de usar um comando pra usar o NP, então.
Eu quase não uso. Quando eu uso é só alguma coisa muito difícil que eu não vou conseguir passar, tá ligado? Aí eu uso logo a pela mode, tá ligado?
Tá.
Você já ressuscita todo mundo full topado com sangue no zóio.
É isso.
Ué, a pela mode, velho. Furukiruru.
Tá falando que o ano você pode pegar esse personagem que vai aparecer na cantinha, entendeu? Eles começam com vocês no prisioneiro, velho. Ligado, jogo. Isso que eu queria.
Não entendi, como é que é o negócio?
Você escolhe o seu portretinho no jogo, tá ligado? No começo do ano.
Tá.
Na campanha. Aí você começa no prisioneiro, velho.
É
Escolhe
isso.
não. Aí o primeiro que vem fica lá embaixo no prisioneiro.
É
Claro.
isso.
Obrigado por me chamar de bandido, filho de Ken.
Tá bom. This is truly the proud thing illustrious. By Golden Theater. Ai, lá vem o Paulo Dog, velho. Boa noite, Nelson. O que é? Uma família andando pelo parque numa tarde de domingo. Que é, boneco? É uma família andando numa tarde de domingo, cara? No parque?
Você não bufou NP, Nelson.
Não pode, é coisa da história, tá ligado? Eu só consigo usar as paradas Mystic Gold depois de 4 turnos. Então, cara, eu falei que é um passeio. É um passeio de uma família numa tarde de domingo no parque.
Tem uns filmes maneiros aqui, velho.
Caralho, ai, Jesus.
O que aconteceu?
É difícil.
Esse
É
moleque.
difícil ser amigo desse cara, velho. É difícil. É por isso que que tem que banir uns caras desses, velho. É isso, cara. O que eu posso dizer, velho? O que eu posso dizer? Minha noite está completa. We defeated the enemy troops.
E esse você
Well,
falta espaço
não.
aí, pra faltando espaço no teclado, cara?
Hã?
Não é, cara, não sabe escrever coisa com espaço, né?
Ah, é o
Espaço
boneco,
saga de
porra.
palavras.
É o boneco que é
Sim,
burro. Você
não
falou
sabe
Deca.
Não, bubeco.
Ah, tá. Well, now that the enemy is shedding real blood to win,
Ah,
we know they're finally taking us seriously. Well, sure, now that we're this close, it's no wonder they decided to pull out all the troops. Alright, one more gate and we'll be inside Xiangyang proper. Stay sharp, everyone. Battle. Só dois de novo. Vai todo mundo morrer de novo. Uma cacete agora aí. Uma cacete agora. Como eles têm menos life, vou deixar pra usar esse buff. Se bem que os dois buffs são de 3 turnos, né? Então foda-se. Nero Summer é muita bless, né, mano? Nero Summer é muita bless. Hey!
esse nerf assim coloca o NP no meio em vez no último.
Não, eu dei um ataque pra diminuir o life de um pra dar certeza que vai morrer. Usei o NP. E aí se sobrar life do segundo, ele já morre, tá ligado? Porque vai tomar o segundo buster e o restante. Viu aí, ó?
Não vi ainda porque tá no delay.
Então você vai ver.
Mas ó, o dano do NP aumenta dependendo de onde ele tá na posição do negócio.
Eu tô ligado, mas vai que não é o bastante.
Aí você tem o ataque extra que vai levar o máximo suficiente.
É verdade, mas pode-se.
Mathematics.
E fudeu, porque não vai dar pra levar essa galera toda não. Isso tem 100k de vida, cara. E eu não tenho meu NP buff ainda.
Foca acho que no do meio, né? Se fosse muito
É. Sentar-lhe a mão na boca.
Você tem 2 busters pra ajudar ela, não, né?
Nope.
Tem 2 ataques de buster. Menos bota os 2 busters primeiro pra socar, né?
Já usei os busters dela.
É porque você coloca os busters e aumenta o dano. Nossa.
Yuta yo. Laga tudo, somos nos três. Pelo menos o do meio deu pra levar. Foda que eu já usei. Eu acho que todas as cartas da Nero já passaram, agora só tem o Skad. Exatamente.
Você tem o que? Bufar Quick? Não, já bufou Quick.
Já bufei a Quick do outro.
E qual Skad é qual Skad?
Aparece. A Skad suporte aparece dita e diz a Skad suporte. Ai. Não entendi. Esse cara tomou duas muquetas na boca do estômago.
A postura que aquilo ali é forte.
Tá.
Não é o que é Nera uma caster. Como ela usa as casters dela, né? Ela usa um canhão.
Ué. Você tá castando lasers com um canhão. Por que não?
Olha isso aqui.
Tá ligado o Tinker do Dota? Who needs magic? I'll have laser beams.
É basicamente isso.
Então. Vamos de
eu tenho que botar o Pá minha Momô, velho. 300% de Pá ela.
Musashi Okita. Queria uma Okitinha ali também, né? Tá bom. Damn, all this fight even start to wear me out. We have still succeeded. We can
Você
now
deixou
enter
a Skad?
Eu tô com uma Okita. Do keep your guard up. I expect we will encounter even greater resistance soon. Acho que o Zé Zoiudo vai aparecer, o Zé Oclean. This is Xiangyang? There do appear to be people living here, but I never expected this. Are they playing? They're all painting pictures, singing songs, dancing. What the hell? They don't know there's a freaking war going on in their front yards? And now it seems we have automaton soldiers to deal with. Perhaps not, they do not seem to be particularly interested in us. It looks like they're telling the residents to evacuate. Hey, get out of my way! I need to finish the paintings for my most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor. These colors are sure to delight the emperor's senses. And I need to sing this song about our glorious emperor's greatest accomplishment. This melody is sweet even for the emperor's divine ears. This is what gives our lives meaning. Why would you have us leave? Be reasonable. Remember, each and every one of your lives is truly precious to the emperor. We can't risk putting our lives in danger. Now leave. You'll be able to return soon enough. But I haven't finished my picture, and I haven't finished my sculpture. Vai embora logo. Heartbreaking, isn't it? The only thing they have to their names is a single bed in a basement. When they're not sleeping, they are working their fingers to the bone on monuments and mirrors, and 100 times more magnificent than anything they will ever own. I hesitate to call them artists, but it is some kind of bad joke. Their own subject is Kinshi Hong. That's not art, not by a damn sight. Entertaining each other has been a key aspect of culture as long as people have existed. But here the only true person, which is to say the sole audience for entertainment, is Kishi Huang and Kishi Huang alone. Quando me fala Kishi Huang, velho, eu queria ter tirado Kishi Huang, velho, mano, por que tinha que vir o Sherlock? That's why the Emperor is the only subject of all the art these people can create. Those who are deemed to have creative talent are gathered from a country all around the world and brought here to spend their lives creating art directly beneath Ipang Palace. That would mean artists who wish to entertain the masses like Shakespeare, and artists who pursue the truth of the human condition like Anderson never even be born here. Here, the very premise of culture itself could not be more different from that of proper human history. Right there you are. Certainly Kishinhan loves the people of the empire, much like an owner loves their pets. In this history of mankind's lives, vile arrogance is concentrated in Kishi Huang, and all that remains are these lifeless, worthless excuses for pets. This whole city is basically nothing more than a giant cat cafe, only with primates instead of felines. As I've said many times before, I despise humans, but that doesn't mean I enjoy seeing them as livestock. Humans are supposed to be selfish and arrogant, following their desires wherever they take them. This spectacle where they sing the praises of life without any real rulers is an affront to us beasts. Hey, she's gliding to something fierce. If you don't attack first, the enemy will have the advantage. Are you sure you wish to hold back, Master? Let's wait for them to finish their evacuation. I'm surprised. I thought for sure you would ambush us while we had our hands full with evacuation. Truth, disease is many expecting an invasion. Our ideas of what this world should be could not possibly be more different. But we are not here to massacre your people, even if our actions ultimately lead to them ceasing to exist. Obviously, getting these people to safety is our top priority, but you would have just as well as I do that King Xinhuan would order to kill them if there was even the slightest hint of suspicion that they were infected. Is that really a leader worth obeying? Hey, you saw what that prick was willing to do to those supposedly treasured citizens. Yes, I did. My own hometown was once destroyed by a falling star just like that. I beg your pardon? Tá de sacanagem. Zhang Xiangzong seduced my neighbors into thinking they could lead better lives if they founded their own nation. Once the Emperor determined that they were no longer willing to obey, Qixing made the decision to drop a storm on their village, wiping them all out. And did Sang Xiangzong and anything? And did Sang Xiangzong do anything to help them? No. He abandoned them without a second thought and wasted no time inciting people in another village to make up for the soldiers he had lost. I have nothing but pity for the people who were led astray by his empty promises. They were driven to their deaths all because they were deceived into believing such a charlatan could bring them happiness and deluded about another way of life. None of you could know what a tragedy is for the people of this land to be robbed of their tranquility. Had it been possible, I would have been just as happy never having taken up the spear. All I ever wanted was to live with my family, tiny land in peace. King Liangyu. The peace we enjoy now is only made possible by keeping people's worst tendency dormant. That is the great feat, the blessing that most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor brought to the world. I will never forgive you for trying to rouse the people from that slumber. Nor repent for your selfish misdeeds in this white ash spear pierces your throats. Ai ai. Caralho, automata grita muito, velho. Toma.
Não precisa nem ser esse botão pra gritar, vai ser mais legal.
Secretama. Aí. Aí. Eita, caralho. Faltou um pouquinho de NP pra usar. Só um pouquinho. E uma carana. Ai, cara, puro, cara, puro. Acho que eu vou arriscar. Puro kiruru. Buster up. Vamos lá. Será que vai? Será que vai? Será que vai? Se eu botar essas duas e que elas gritarem, mata. Mas tem que gritar. E aí, senão eu desperdiço meu fantasma nobre. Vou fazer isso não.
Só vai, cara.
Só vai? Só vai. Se der errado, a culpa é de Pedro.
300%. Isso vai você chorar depois sobre o assunto.
Ó, um foi. Oh! Aí agora ela vai comer a Yangyu. Ou não. Eu achei que ia dar mais dano, não deu. Então vai matar. Ou vai? Acho que vai. Não, não matou. Ah! Não quebrou! Ah, não quebrou! Não quebrou! Não quebrou!
Por 2k.
Ai, cara. Born of the end of the world. E aí, Nariboga? Quick. Tá, fazer o seguinte. Que. Acho que vai. Desperdicei o fantasma nobre.
Pode. Ah! Nossa.
Ah! Por que eu fiz isso, Jesus?
Só pegou assim, nossa. Vamos daí.
Ai, caralho, meus ovos, velho. Será que ela tá com menos dano crítico? Se ela quita, ela aumenta o próprio dano crítico, velho. Eu não entendi o que aconteceu. Eu não entendi. Alguém vai morrer. Eu não lembro se o fantasma dela é.
Aumentou o HP de todo mundo pra garantir.
Não vai
Alguém sobreviver.
adiantar não, mano. Vai adiantar não. Não. Vai. Vai lá, musa. Vai lá, musa. Ai. É, foi não. Mas na próxima ela morre. Ah, vai soltar. Ai, que isso? Soltou o fantasma nobre, não? Ah, é verdade, ela não é um servo. Ela não tem fantasma nobre. Bounce.
Chloe.
Hum?
Não, Chloe.
Um Chloezinho, moleque. Botar no bonde 10 também. Botar no bonde, velho. No bonde. Meu Deus, isso é muito errado.
Uhum. Ah, você deixa bagulho pra queimar automático? Deixa coisa pra queimar no automático?
Sim, queime tudo.
Que isso.
Vamos botar uma outra Scard aqui, né? Duas Scard e Moqueta é sempre bom. Ding, ding. The enemy's on the ropes. We're almost there. No doubt. I doubt this will be the end of it. They are very much in this for the long haul. Lady King Liangyu, the Royal Guard has arrived to assist you. What would you have us do? The Royal Guard? If you're here, then who's protecting the Epang Palace? Having the Emperor said we were no longer needed there. The Emperor ordered us to hold this line of defense for the sake of our nation. Your Imperial Majesty. Please, stop this, King Linguan. You surely, a warrior of your caliber, must know when she is outmatched. Tell me, those of you who claim to be in proper human history, why do you threaten our world? Because this history should never have happened. So you want to set the world right? That's all your Confucians ever say. How should the world be then? What is this proper world of yours be like? How does your world function when everyone has their own idea of how things should be, while denying our orders? How many people lose their lives to the ravages of war each and every day? How many innocent lives end in senseless tragedy? Has all your bloodshed led to even one good thing in your world, or just been as excuse for the next war? We fought hard for a world without war, a world where peace could truly endure forever. My husband, my brothers, all of them gave their lives while fighting to make that dream a reality. We, the people of this empire, had to build this world on their corpses. The peace of this land now enjoys was paid for with the blood of soldiers who will never be granted respite immensely. And so I will defend it at all costs. I will not let your flowery words and false promises lead me astray. I believe in your way of life, in the happiness we fought so hard to obtain. I don't need any other countries. I don't need any other version of myself. Allow me to demonstrate for you that this other me you speak of and I are nothing alike at all. Bora! Bora comer um boga?
Parte.
Hã? Bora, Alice?
お前
Bora, Alice. O que é
我が
Alice,
城
meu
の
Deus?
影に
O
溶
que
け
você
る
tá
しかなく
falando, Nari? Tá bem,
Ah,
cara?
eu sei o que é,
な
velho.
んだって
Não tenta entender o Nari, cara. Você só
Ah, eu sei o que
aceita.
é. Ali.
命
Alice... Nossa.
ささやかな
Nari, para de andar com o boneco, cara. Só para, mano. Só para.
質が高い狩りに行け
Ai, Nari. Essas piadas tão muito nível boneco, velho.
Tinha que não tava no Dota com os meninos.
なんだと
Deve estar, The Odd Tab só pra falar essa merda.
どうかな お任せをいざお任せ
Uma cacete.
Ah, saquei.
Ah, agora eu vou, Alice. Tá bom, vai lá, velho. Vá feliz e contente, velho, pensando em mim.
Um lugar pra vender coisas.
Ai, meu Deus. Ai, Nari, velho. Ai, o Nari, cara.
Menino é rapaz eficiente, rapaz.
Kim Liang-yu, Kim Liang-yu, Kim Liang-yu, Kim Liang-yu, Kim Liang-yu. Tá, eu vou explodir ela, é isso que eu vou fazer.
手をうまく
Pô, esse buff da Okita podia ser de 3 turnos, né, cara?
Oh,
古きルールどれ
Pô, seria bom, mano.
かな
seria bom, sem sombra de dúvida, mas. Porra!
できる
O buff de crítico dela também podia ser de 3 turnos, cara.
Ah,
E o buff de absorver... Ah, o buff de crítico dela é por 3 turnos, o evade que não é. O crítico dela é por 3 turnos. Então, podia ser o absorver estrela por 3 turnos e o de quick por 3 turnos. Aí, ó. Ficaria
Oh.
top ou não ficaria?
você quer mamar também?
Que isso, cara? Na Okita?
É, por que não?
Que não? Ah, aí dá pra pensar, né?
2歩抜ける3歩絶倒
Brum. Nossa, ela ainda dá defensa down, velho. Esqueci disso.
É, eu sou burro, já
E,
fiz uma matado no jogo.
e ela encheu o próprio Fantasma Nobre novamente. Você acha justo, cara?
これでは
Eu acho. Eu faço como moto da hora.
Muito tablet, né, mano?
Cara, eu consegui
toma,
não
toma.
errar só uma vez, mas errar 2 vezes, cara.
我が危険のキランショット
Como é que alguém consegue ser tão burro, velho?
Talento ou empenho.
2歩抜ける3歩絶倒
Mano, eu saio da... Nossa, isso aí é muito dano que a Okita dá, velho.
あいた
E olha que eu não vi o dano que ela deu no primeiro turno, que tava com o buff dela ainda. Além do das Scad.
É, mas ela baixa pra caralho.
お任せを
Okita Bless. Okita Waifu. Queria a Chokita também, velho.
お怪我はありませんかマスター
Chokita ia ser legal também.
Mas você não tem Choquita, não?
Tenho não. Tentei, não consegui. Poderia também ter vindo a Chokita no Gacha garantido, mas não. Veio 2. E 2 repetidos. Another mountain of corpses. Another ocean of blood. Every time someone waves the flag of so-called progress, that is all I'll ever see. I had hoped to never see this again. I wish I could have just stayed lonely frozen in slumber. King Yang-yu, your proper human history terrifies me. Our world truly achieved lasting peace. It should have been the one to survive. But now it would just be another corpse you tread across on the way to your destination. Cara, é pesado esses Lostbelt, velho. A história dos Lostbelt é pesada. Tell me, what sort of bloody future do you
Sabe o
see
que é
past
pesado,
the
Nelson?
amount of bodies you're peeling up? Lembra que você tá ao vivo, cara.
É. Objetos de extrema densidade, cara.
Entendi. É, faz sentido. I guess there was no point in asking you that. The only one with answer is the Emperor. In the end, all I ever did to bring it about peace was take up my spear. Come on, Ed, just keep moving. Don't worry about her. But you don't have time or the energy to spare on her. Remember what it is you gotta do. Let's keep moving, Master, if you're going to find out Kishin Hong's true intentions. Why the Emperor rules his Lostbelt, this history isn't this way. Then our only choice is to get a real audience. So then has made the ring into Xiangyang. Você viu o boneco aí? I can't believe it. Then it is time for us to face Chaldea. This is not the end. They can never hope to conquer the Empire without first conquering us. Meanwhile, you need serve as our advisors no longer. King Nyangil has already given me everything she has. So, as of this moment, we are relieving both of you of duties. You have served us well. Imperial Majesty. Aí, o boneco. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't win this battle for you, Your Imperial Majesty. I will atone for this with my life. Stop that, Hanshin. Your loss in this battle demonstrate your loyalty towards us admirably. What do you mean? Tell us, Hanshin, if we had ordered you to crush Chaldea, if it meant destroying all of Xianyu, surely you could have come up with at least a dozen viable plans. If you had been willing to stop at nothing, even the destruction of our nations, in order to secure victory, then you would certainly have prevailed. Are we wrong? Are we wrong? And yet, that was a line you would not cross. That was your limit as a general. Be honest, did you not dream about devising strategy that would have rocked this nation to its core? I don't think that would be the path I'd want to go down. I mean, there's a good chance I still might have ended up going down it eventually, but still, belated though this may be, we cannot help but feel a bit sorry for you. If you had ended up serving a different lord, you may have achieved even greater glory and recognition. Oh, I don't know about that. That sounds like it would end up in a pretty painful death. Log Hunshin. Well, I guess I'll be taking my leave then. You don't mind if I go by just plain old Hanshin rather than a general of the Empire from now on, do you? We do not. Captain, would you keep an eye on him in his final moments, as one last favor to us? If that is what you wish, Your Imperial Majesty, then you are certain of this. We are. Worry not, we have this well in hand. Very well then, if you excuse me, and if I may, Your Imperial Majesty, I hope you can make the most of this opportunity. Oh yes, we expect we finally have an opportunity to cut loose, as they say, for the first time in a very long time. O cara vai cut loose e vai vir de ruler, mano. Eu vou botar de alter. O jornal ele vai ser escorraçado, velho. Coitado, tadinho. Tá bom. Alright, everyone else is gone. If you have any manners at all, show yourself. Jinke.
Que foi isso? De quê?
Ela apareceu, eu esqueci dela, velho. Ela saiu no capítulo passado, eu já esqueci dela, velho.
Eita.
Tadinha, velho. Ai, vamos lá, só 3 partes esse capítulo. Deixa eu dar um mijão, já volto.
Já foi melhor. Ai, caralho. keyboard tem um barulho.
Beleza. Section 15, Humanity's Whereabouts. Well, now it would appear our suspicion about that strange spirit from signal detector were warranted. We take it you servant creatures are capable of moving about in spirit forms then. And you sent your bodyguards away anyway, has the great Imperial scenario in old age. Oscans do not detect any explosives. The closest thing to a weapon you appear to bear is a dagger. Tell us, how exactly do you plan to damage our holy vessel with that? I figured as long as I got close enough, the rest would work itself out. I wouldn't be an assassin if I didn't have at least that much resolve. Assassin. Ah yes, you vaguely recall seeing you somewhere before. Oh, of course, this must be one of those alternate histories very strange. What you're saying, you forgot what I looked like up until now? We have been governing this world for 2,263 years. Caralho. Just how many attempts do you think were made on our lives? Even we cannot count all the times we have been threatened for the secret to our immortality alone. Did you truly think that you were a sworn enemy, that you were somehow special among all the other would-be assassins? Well, we will say that when you came along, we were still looking for mortality in all the wrong places. Thinking back on it now, I believe you may have been done with a favor by indirectly put us on the right track. We should consider rewarding you for that. Oh yeah? So what, you're gonna give me a medal or something? Now that you and your companions have made it out to the way in Shangyang, we will honor you with a personal condemnation of your strange history. Wait, you gonna lecture me now? Proper human history, what a pretentious name. You wear your arrogance in believing that yours is the only true course of events on your sleeve. In spite of this arrogance, you behave as if your actions are dictated by morality. Thus, we must convince you beyond all doubt, which for words is truly proper, as you would call it. Morality? Oh, so you're going to tell me that this is the good, just, moral world, where you hold all power, where you don't even let the tiny seed of knowledge take root, and where you casually slaughter your citizens the instant they inconvenience you. You call that a good moral world? Absolutely. What more glorious purpose could there be for the human race? You don't think of anyone anywhere as human except yourself. You are quite correct. By concentrating this land's bounty in a single point, we have become the ultimate human. Has any one individual ever ascended to such heights in your so-called proper human history? Behold our great wall circling the sky. Behold the great harvest produced by the land. Who else could ever boast such greatness? Humans in groups cannot accomplish anything. They are shackled by discord, by conflict, by contradictions. So there will be no humans, no groups. A Zingling, a true human, shall have total reign over heaven and earth and unite the species. A Zingling? Don't make me laugh. You call this bloated mechanical monstrosity of a body human? You believe the only human body is one of flesh and blood? There's one status as a person incontingent of whether they have true eyes for limbs and fingers? Utter drivel. The true measure of a human is responsibility. It lies in bearing responsibility for this world, its skies, lands and oceans, and the lives of all who dwell within. Can those of you from proper human history choose which species will go extinct? Can you decide the amount of coal that will pollute your atmosphere? Can you prevent the polar ice caps from melting? Will you ever want to successfully control your endless desires? We can do all that precisely because we are the sole arbiter of this world. Thus we are human, for we bear all responsibility for this world on our shoulders alone. And now you're saying this regime you've set up here has made this world complete? You really believe that? We do. Then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Being complete is just another way of saying done. This precious world of yours has no way forward. You're stuck with nowhere to go. Thanks to becoming a servant, I learned all sorts of things I could never have known in my own life. The future of humanity is all about possibility. I and those who know me as a heroic spirit have walked in many distant worlds. You said to look at your great wall in the sky. I did. All I see is a monument to your so-called eternal empire's limitation. You said you built that wall in order to defend against threats from other stars? Talk about preposterous. True, they'd have no way of building something like that in human history's 21st century. But if they'd had the same results at their disposal, you can bet they'd use them to explore beyond your world, not shut themselves away. Your argument reeks of sour grapes. I'll admit we're off to a slower start. Your empire might well have succeeded at hurrying its evolution along quicker than proper human history. But I'll also bet your world's never produced anything quite like this before. I'll choose smartphone. É isso. What is this
What?
toy? Oh meu Deus, velho. If you think it's a toy, go ahead and scan it. You love analyzing stuff, right? What could be so impressive about a single rectangle? Hmm? What the? It's an entire computer, and it fits in the palm of your hand. If you shrunk down that absolutely large body of yours, it composes into components small enough to fit into this casing. Could you even get close to this thing's performance? But so what? We commend your efforts in packing so much functionality into such a small device. But its processing power is still better than 1 millionth of our own. Did I mention there are 4 billion just like it in proper human history? What? There's a personal device almost every human in proper human history has one. That's absurd. It is the very height of foolishness. You hand out processing power similar to our authority to the general public? Why do something so outrageous? Without anyone mitigating their desires, it is only a matter of time until they consume every resource on the planet. If that's all you think computers are good for, you're using yours all wrong. These things aren't generally used as computers originally. They were just communication devices that were gradually redesigned with computing capabilities. Communication? You heard me. People share their opinions, pool their thoughts, and work together to achieve a common goal. This is just one more tool to help make that happen. People have always wanted better ways to communicate. They've never stopped looking for ways to reach mutual understanding and prosperity. That's how the people, no, the humans of proper human history live their lives. Then you are saying every one of the people in your world is a full human unto themselves? You're right about one thing. There's no end of quarrels and disagreements. I'm sure we are a long way from uniting everyone on the shared principles and ideas. Maybe we never will. Maybe humans will drive themselves to extinction or suck the planet's right. Even so, we aren't done yet. And it's because we're still incomplete that we are always striving to go further than ever before. In a world, people are always moving forward towards something better. They're not just stuck in one dead-end world that thinks it's an utopia. It's a utopia. It's a utopia. What you claim to strive for is no more than a pipe dream. You have no assurance you will ever truly attain what you see. Yeah, that's right, it's a dream. It could easily fade away if we're not careful. Careful. That's why we all hope for the same thing, that humanity can reach new heights no one has ever seen. People who hold that dream become heroic spirits and answer the summons of those who share that dream. That is what servants, the executors of the counterforce, really are. We are sort of being that you never think to see in your eternal regime. We see, so this battle wood of yours is upon nothing more than a roll of dice, as it were. Reckless, far too reckless. Your balance of the faith the fate of the world on a tightrope. One misstep could destroy it all. We could never permit this. I bet you wouldn't. That's why we find ourselves in an impasse. One of us has to die so the other can carry on guiding the earth. Yeah, so that's so. Is that so? Tell us then, how do you propose to kill us with that plain ordinary dagger? Every one of Epon Pa's defensive armament is already trained on your person. You'll not get one step out of the door before you're simply disintegrated. You still don't get it, do you? Proper human history is light years ahead of you in terms of communication, data storage, and access. And in a world with all its conflict technology, any technology can be used as a weapon. Not that I'm proud of that. For example, did you know it's possible to poison a computer just by communicating with it? Ah, chegou vírus. What? You're in a toy? Yes, you obviously wanted to have a lofty discussion about worldviews and philosophy, but I'm really just here to kill you. Even if I had to go to you into scanning this phone so you end up downloaded virus in it. I remember now your name. That's right. It's been a long 2,200 years, but I'm finally going to finish this. Well done indeed. What? Eita, tadinha da Jinky. We commend you, Jinky. This time we will be sure to remember your name. You are the only one to make us fear for your life, and not once, but twice. Man, I can't believe this. I promise that I'd make it back safe and everything. I knew I never should have, but I should have pushed my luck quite far. Quite so far. Maybe it's just my desire. Doesn't always choke right at the very end. You were wrong there, Jinky. Your heroic spirit's true worth lies in dying with a smile, even as you fail at what you set out to accomplish. Right, eu vou botar duas. Não, preciso de uma só assim aqui. Ah, tá de sacanagem. O cara botou um acesso nível 60, velho.
Mate.
Desgraçado aqui.
Meu acesso é level 60, não quero dizer.
A sua é uma Sakabe Rime
Sim.
com as skills no nível 1.
Não, as minhas são level 3.
Ah, então não é você, velho.
Eu sou arrombado, mas não tanto. Calma aí.
Não, deve ser você, não é possível. Não é possível essa coincidência toda.
Na verdade, eu acho que eu não troquei.
É você mesmo, velho. Skills nível 2, velho. As skills nível 2 é você mesmo, velho. Olha o arrombado aí achando.
Sou eu. 2000.
Achamos o culpado.
Eu nunca mais fiz o bagulho de dropar o bagulho do Assassin. Então
Hey.
até hoje não tem nada de dourado deles.
Meu Deus, velho. Hey, you're sure the giant emperor up there isn't gonna just fall down and squish us, right? Now that you mention it, Queen Shihun has been surprisingly silent. I expect to have heard something by now. Was King Jinke successful? I certainly hope so. If she had been, then we should have heard back from her by now. It's unfortunate we had no choice but to let her handle the Ipon Palace on her own. So where we should have go about look for this Fusag tree? I'm quite certain you'll find it in the treasure, but I recommend stopping by the Ministry of Technology first, especially as it's right on your way. But if you'd rather leave that fancy car of yours behind, be my guest. Ah, the Shadow Border. Well, it's no race car, but we have certainly been through a lot together. I only hope it's still in one piece. I'm not sure. It's very possible you'll find it completely disassembled and its components scattered across the floor. Hey, this concerns you too, Buster. Remember, we need the border if you're gonna get out of this Lostbelt. It is still in one piece, hooray! Aha, now I think Kishinhan must be something of a perfectionist when it comes to puzzle. So that's why Kishinhan took it apart and put it all together again perfectly. Perfect, não sei. The Emperor had to be sure of understand.
Ataque doido aí do nada.
Eu não sei como falo perfectly. Perfectly. Yeah. Be sure of understanding its inner workings. I bet Kishinhan would be great at building models. Now that we've got the border back, we can lose. And this is great. It feels just like coming home again. And it looks like there's a box here marked leftover screws. That that does it. Kim Shi Huang is going down so hard.
Deixa eu ver
Oh
se eu
man.
realmente tava ocupando prontinho as coisas ou porque se eu realmente tava com preguiça.
Oh man, she's breaking out her glasses. She must really mean business. Unfortunately, there's not time's not on our side right now, so I'll have to do a full inspection and an overhaul later. Now, let's get out of here. As long as the engine still works, it should be good to go. So you're the Chaldeans. This is a surprise. I expect a huge pack of muscular brutes. I never imagined a brat, a little girl, and a bunch of scrawny weaklings. Oh, if it isn't Henshin, long time no see. Henshin? As one of the Han Dynasty's 3 greatest heroes? So, in this Lostbelt, he ended up serving the Queen Empire. Oh, I don't work for the Emperor anymore. In fact, I was just relieved of duty. There's no reason for us to fight. Ah, did you really think I was going to just stand by and watch while you rode off into the sunset? Lok Chengong, that's Mayo. Indeed, that's the same look Lord Lubu used to have back when we were serving under him. I can practically smell the blood on you, you freaking creeper. I just want to wage war. What does it matter if there's a reason? What? If there's a reason for it. Not to mention, I've got a lot of help here, and none of them is ready to admit defeat. So come on, warriors of proper human history, let's do this thing. You, us, no restriction, no holding back. Just good old war for war's sake. There's nothing more exciting than going up against impossibly strong enemies. I can't wait. I was unaware Maltly had generals like this lumbering there as well. And King Liang Yu only ever fought to preserve peace. Lady Liang Yu? Oh sure, she was great. I love the whole pure innocent thing. That shine wasn't gonna rub off after just being revived 2 or 3 times. Me, on the other hand, I've been waging wars for the Emperor since before that mechanical body. I crushed the Indian, Egypt, Rome. I never saw the years off between peace. I was always kept on ice for those. I bet you're a freaking psycho. Nothing you do during peacetime but cause trouble. Everlasting peace is just a way of saying there's no more enemies to conquer. So, I'm awfully glad you guys show up. The last time I went back to Mount Lee after I crushed the Aztecs, I didn't think I'd ever get to wake up again. Now let me see what sort of messed up killing techniques you guys came up with in order to destroy a world where our empire never existed.
Foi eu sendo preguiçoso, não. Vai continuar assim,
Hum?
assim vai continuar assim, eu tô com uma preguiça.
O que você tá falando, cara?
Eu parei ali, nossa, falta literalmente um negócio pra subir ela de ascensão e falta um negócio pra fazer o básico dela. Eu tô com uma preguiça.
Cara, é por isso que você não ganha as paradas. Aí fodeu pro meu lado, tem 16 inimigos. Nope, não vai dar. Withdraw.
O quê? Frau?
Withdraw. Vamos botar um time de Full Assassin, né? Full Assassin também é bom, né? A mais contra esses inimigos aqui, né? Marry me, Lang Ling. Da Joker. Tá, aí dá pra botar ou o Hassan ou a Jack. Vou botar outra dessa aqui também. Você curte apelar, cara?
Ah, sempre bom, né?
Sempre bom apelar, né, mano? Great increase defense, the buff exists for yourself, every course is sort of paid for one ally, decrease defense, remove buffs for a single enemy. Aí, decrease defense, card effect, mas for all lives. Acho que eu vou botar a Jack. Eu tinha que upar a Jack, maximizar as skills da Jack, mas as outras skills delas não são tão úteis, velho. Ah, eu tenho que skipar isso aqui. Não é como se eu tivesse... Sabe quanto de dinheiro o cara lá, a Whale, tem, cara?
Não sei.
880 bilhões.
Opa,
Não, é bilhões ou milhões? Não, milhões. 880 milhões.
até pouquinho pra pensar.
Não, cara. Não é pouquinho, não.
É comparando com quanto ele podia ter, velho.
Caraca, é sério que ela só enche 20% de LP?
A gente pouquíssimo, sim.
Caraca, eu achei que era 50, que tristeza.
Ela é mais triste que você já tá achando que ela era super potente, né? O negócio dela é que ela te dá um bônusinho depois dele drop rate, velho. Ela burra pra caralho dos quick, velho.
Caralho. Aí eu fico como?
Não, acho que quem bufa bastante esse buff. Acho que é SCAD mesmo, não?
É, esse cara aumenta 50%. Aí, inject e trust, moleque. Ai!
Foi só um soco na base?
Porra, um soco? O cara me desossou.
Meu poro pular socão pra ficar esperto.
Foda, eu não tenho Assassin AOE, velho.
Essa é porque essa é coisa de piada.
Ok.
Tem alguma Assassin AOE?
Tem. Clio. A Clio. Mais quem? Tem a Clio, tem a Shuten Doji. Aí me fode, né, tio? Esses caras tem guts, mano. Maria Daripa. Ai, ai. Mas a defesa dela é boa também, mano.
Como que a defesa dela é pra ela, né?
Pra ela. Não falei que é pra mais ninguém. Yokai. Ai! Ai, ai, que grita não, mano. Pra que gritar, velho? Não há necessidade de gritar, tio. Meu Deus, cara. Yokai. Não é possível que eu tenha que... Ai, caralho. O cara tem guts ainda. Não é possível que eu tenha que matar os 16. Se eu tiver que matar os 16, eu não... Ai, fudeu, mano.
Tem que fazer o exército pro seu lado também, né, cara? Tem que puxar o exército pro seu lado também, né?
Ai, mata não, mata não, mata não. Ai, mata não. Ai, caralho. Ai, ai. Tá difícil, né?
Eu acho que o Assassin vai jogar uma defensão. O NP dela aumenta o Quick.
Eu vou usar o NP dos dois e vou. Das duas e vou. Sei lá, vou morrer. É isso.
Ela também aumenta a vida máxima, se eu não me engano.
Mas o cara ali, ele vai descer a lenha em alguém aí. Vai descer a lenha em alguém aí. Se for na Jax, até sobrevive, eu acho.
Eu vou de podia gritar, né? Essas ela bater uns 2 buffs de Quick na cabeça.
A única coisa que ela quer é viver a vida de Hikikomori dela, né?
世もお守りし症状結果こちら隔離を治める高津鳥すなわち白露城の百鬼八天道様ここにまかり通ります
Ai, quase, velho. Ai. Nossa, tirou o burro! Já tava fácil.
Ela tipo não chegou a morrer.
Yokai.
Ah, derrubar 10 servos. Fuck me. Porque eu fui tornar tão fazer a quest no bagulho que não tem como fazer.
Mano, eu vou desistir aqui. Porque tá complicado. Vou trazer algum caster, velho. Traz um.
O Merlin, pra ver se ele consegue ficar curando a galera toda.
Acho que eu vou ter que apelar. Acho que eu vou ter que apelar. Botar um ração. Botar o meu Merlin. Cadê, caralho? Aqui. Ou eu posso botar 2 Merlins e um ração. Pode ser. Fazer isso aqui. Vou tentar. Esquece. Vou tentar. Caralho, tá difícil, mano. Pô, tem que matar 16 bichos. Todos os bichos têm guts, mano.
Só que eu falei que você conseguia pegar todos de boinha, velho.
Até.
Você deixou o nego como secundário capaz, né?
Nope.
É isso, o cara não se prepara nem pra caso as coisas dêem errado no primeiro time, velho.
Deu ruim. Pode ter dado ruim. Eu não pensei nisso.
É porque assim você tem tipo o seu time que você sabe que não vai dar muito certo, depois você tem o time que sabe que vai dar certo.
Eu vou fazer isso. Antes de perder mais tempo, eu vou fazer isso.
Bilhão de Buster em todas as cartas arte do combate.
Cadê um Merin? Tá. Você aqui. Botar. Um caster dips. Botar um caster dips aqui. Eu odeio essas lutas longas, velho. Vou botar umas...
Ah, que Gilgamesh é o editor. Será que eu...
Tá, vai. Caralho, mano, tá divísio.
Dá de vídeo pra caramba, bicho.
Muito divísio. Por que esse filho da puta tem dois... Tem um esquiva de 3 ataques, cara. Não faz sentido, mano. Eu vou dar prioridade pra botar o fantasma nobre dos merda. Caralho, ele ainda tem um Guts, velho!
Ele deu 10k de vida pra ele, velho.
Azrael, acho que mata. Aí, vamos mandar um Azrael aí. Rikunga-yoi. Ai, mas o cara também tem Guts, velho. Esse filho da puta também tem Guts, véio. Ah, não tem Guts não. Ai! Ai! Vamos tomar um turno de invencibilidade aqui, né, tio? Garden of Avalon.
Então ela vai curar mais do que dano.
Ah, vai. Vocês estão batendo com a ferocidade de Jesus, mano.
Não, ainda assim, você tá curando. Deixa eu ver, 3k pro turno agora? No final do turno.
Sei lá.
É quando o nome dele é 1000, você é 1500 por turno. Ah, 1000. Let's go.
Pô, foda que esse cara vai tirar o buff se eu matar ele, velho.
Só ficar muito a cara dele, porque se eu não bater 3 cargas é perder tudo.
É, ele vem com agora com a porra do Guts.
Ah. É, gato só vem depois termina de bater tudo nele, né?
Uhum. Mas eu pelo menos matar ele eu mato. Não adianta, vai. Acho que.
Se botar os 3 já, do Merme já mata. A não ser que os 3 não consigam dar 10k de dano, aí pelo amor de Deus, né?
Vamos ficar imunizinho aqui, né, galera?
Acho que você vai usar 12 MPs, né?
そこは壁もなく城もなく国空の始まりの空魂のありかを見せようかガーデン・オブ・アバロン
Eu odeio quest demorado, eu odeio quest demorado.
星の宇宙己の腕楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者の通るのどこだ
Ah, ração muito top, velho.
Muito top.
W. Você não tem guts não, né, tio? Diz pra mim que você não tem guts, cara.
Tem Fate Guts.
Hum?
O do Imperial Guard. Esse aí não tem não.
Ah, tá, não. Tá suave. Ai, caralho. Acho que eu vou jogar umas joinhas nele. E bater com os 2 Merlin no outro filho da puta.
Não, deixa você impedir que ele te vá.
Eu acho que o Azrael só mata ele. Tá com buff de ataque ainda. Vai. Esse Merlin bateu. Azrael. Blau.
Popular Shiblau.
NP Strength Up. Aqui, ó, posso fazer isso aqui, ó.
何事もやればできるさ君の道行きを信じようさあ行きなさい
Vai tomar só uma pra ficar esperto. Aí eu bato pra esse aqui. Eu bato pra esse
お
aqui.
望みのままに
Pau.
そう
Vamos lá.
そう
Blá, blá, blá. Aí. Já tem mais um Merlin.
Ele bufou, ele deu uma carga pros caras depois que ele morreu, fez mesmo?
Aham. Ele deu uma carga de crítico. Pronto, os 2 Merlin estão suave agora. Ai. Ai, caralho. Ai, caralho. Eu não posso usar agora.
O outro só vai pegar o Guts, a habilidade dele no próximo turno.
Só que ele tem 3 ataques de defesa. E um Guts.
Sim, mas depois você já tem vulnerabilidade pra ele não bater em você.
Mas ele vai tirar todos os buffs, é isso que eu tô bolado.
Ah, mas é melhor tirar todos os buffs do que tomar um soco na cara com crítico dando dano pra caralho.
É. O que eu faço? Meu Deus, o que eu faço? Eu posso usar um Garden of Avon agora. Eu vou
Mas aí ele vai tirar os buffs, doido. Guarda os dois pra depois, tipo, você bate agora, depois você toma o debuff, você joga os dois Avalon em cima. Pra se curar depois.
Pode ser. Vai ser o jeito. Eu acho que dá pra levar 2 ainda.
É, se você vai ter.
O Merlin vai. Se o Merlin critar, eu levo 2. Guts. Vai, Merlin. Aê, Merlão. Agora, Blau! Merlin do sucesso, mano. Eu levo esse aqui. Eu acho que eu vou levar. Ah, eu não sei o que eu faço, né?
Eu terminei as quests. Vou terminar de upar o Astolfo. Eu já terminei de upar o Astolfo. Pelo menos pro limite dele atual. Pro limite atual.
楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者の通る
Ah,
星の宇宙物見の舞台
nossa, comeu os buffs do Merlin. Ai, caralho.
Nossa, são só 3 assassins agora, que legal.
Ai, cara, eu não sei se tem como levar esse filho da puta agora.
Então, se buffar os ataques, talvez.
Não, eu vou.
Ele tá pingando.
Eles vão bater pouco nos Merlins. O lance é guardar os Garden of Avon pra depois mesmo. Deixa vou tirar o Evasion de todo mundo. Que aí depois eu só levo eles. Deixa zerar os Garden of Avon de boas. Mas isso não pode bater no Hassan, né? O Hassan não.
Não, a raça é positiva, o Guts dele.
Não, olha, o Hassan ele se cura pra caralho, velho.
Tá tranquilo.
Eu faço aqui, ó. Tum.
Restaura até vida isso aí, mais ataque.
Vou nem ativar o. Não vou nem ativar o vulnerável não. Só se alguém morre. Aí, se alguém morrer eu vou chorar. Deu bom. Vamos lá, hora de sair levando essa galera na porrada. Fazer o seguinte. Vai levar o HDM, aqui.
楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のに通るがいい。星の宇宙物見の見て楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のに通るがいい。そうだ。
Por que vocês gritam? Agora aqui, aqui, fazer isso aqui. Ih, velho foda unha, caralho. Deixa eu colocar uma vulnerabilidade aqui.
Guarda lá pra depois passar os outros dois, né?
Então um vai morrer.
O... Caraca, o vovô, cara, qual é o nome dele? O Hassan. Consegue levar ela de boa com 100% de crítico e depois levar o cara de trás, né? Com o buster dele 100%, ele leva de boa o Manolo da frente. Aí você bota...
Vou botar o Merlin pra atacar. Então tá.
Aí já tira 2 já.
Ai? Tá vendo? Ele gritou quase 170 cara.
Ah, não, pessoal, ele sempre dá muito dano, filho da puta.
Ele é muito bom, velho.
É só confiar que ele leva, velho. Ele funciona no poder da crença.
Entendi. Eu vou jogar um Azrael, 2 Gar renovável. Azrael. Pra passar essa porra eu tive que apelar com 2 Merlin e um Hassan que tá NP2, velho. Ai, que merda, velho. Que fase desgraçada, velho. Não é nem a última, mano. Garden of Avalon.
Cadê? Vamos.
Ai! Que apelação com isso aqui eu já tô assim. Erando. Ó, botou def mesmo. Ainda deu def no auto-ataque.
Pera, esse replicou Guts? Ele tinha citado Guts de novo, pois não?
Quem? Não. Aqui. Vamos lá, o ração não faz tanta falta esses buffs, não. Agora tem que matar esses caras.
いいとも
Aqui. É pra garantir eu fazer isso aqui.
何
Ah, é. Ainda bem que eu garanti.
何
Ah, depois eu vou falar esse mês do Rabobano, só tem nojo esse mês.
Até o quê?
Quem colocou esse mês do Rabobano?
Eu não lembro o que tem, mas eu lembro que eu quero.
いいともお望みのままに
Ancestors?
何
Não sei, tem alguma coisa aí que me chamou a atenção.
É. Kios Bane, acho que é o mais chamativo dele. Tem o embaixador, o level, minoria.
君の道行きを信じよ
Se ligando Tales of Neostar, Compiles, Not Tonight, Song of Horror, Total Tank, Warhammer Chaos Bane, Pathologic 2, Ancestors, The Human.
Nossa senhora, que luta difícil, velho. Harken Evening Bell Tolls Thy Name. Azrael. Nossa, ainda deu death no bicho aí, tadinho. Será que dá guts? Vai dar guts, filho da puta. Toma então. Vai.
うご苦労様
Se você der Death, ele ainda.
Dá guts. O efeito é eu te matei, mas você deu guts.
É, isso é legal pro Hércules, Te matei ele lá pra você. Ha!
Nope.
Se levanta. Pitch, top.
Ele levanta e faz you wish.
Bitch, if you only. Dito não.
Exatamente.
Nossa, como é que você pular um mês no Rabobanda quando tem nada dela?
E aí, caranguejo amarelo? Beleza, cara?
É de amarelo, não.
Opa, valeu pelo follow, mano. Eu não sei, tá muito difícil esse negócio, acho que eu vou apelar de novo, véio. Vou botar mais botar um merlizão de novo. Agora
Você não
só...
conseguiu passar?
Hã?
Você não conseguiu passar?
Passei. Só que tá
Ah.
ficando difícil, eu acho que eu vou apelar. Cadê? Vou tirar você aqui.
Você
Vou
não tem
botar...
aquela-
Cadê que ele tava no seu lugar?
Ah, descansa.
A
Uma das
Chloe.
garotas mágicas, velho, do.
A Iria?
É, que ela tá dando pra desgrama aquela safada.
E aí, mano, valeu aí. Muito obrigado aí, mano.
Durante o tempo, fala aqui.
Fala Acabidcar. Acabidcar. Hã? Como que é o negócio?
Ah,
Acabidcar.
H.
Acabidcar. Ah, beleza. Não. Eu entendi. Eu entendi essa treta aí, mano. Cadê o negócio? Cadê o negócio?
Plan. Oh fuck, tem robô
Cadê? Isso aqui. Tinha uma outra craft. Essas que eu tinha posto aqui só pra.
What? Por que tinha uma. Achei que eu tinha visto a. Qual é o nome dela? A Drake velha. What the fuck?
Como? A Drake?
É?
O que tem?
Passou por uma carta que eu vi uma Drake velha, tá ligado?
Não sei. Acho que você tá vendo coisa, né?
Ah, pode ser, mas só tomei um stun, tá ligado?
5. Crazy Boy. Peguei e botar aqui a Janinha. Vamos lá. Yes, this is awesome. I love a fight to the death. There's nothing better than war. I can't believe it. There are so many soldiers we fought before. How can they be this much stronger just from a changing commander? Yeah, I hear you. I've been a long time since I was up against a general who couldn't make your blood cold. Eu não consigo dublar a Mordred fazendo voz de feminina, velho. Não dá, velho. Monsters such as he are not unheard of in times of war. That's it, I think these men's strategic sensibilities may even outpace Zhuge Liang's. Ei, eu sabia que esse cara ia aparecer. I'm glad to see you're enjoying yourself. O quê?
Chama o André de Manolo pra ver o que acontece com você, velho.
Pois é, velho. Crap!
Oh,
hello, Captain. Are you sure a hard-ass like you wants to get mixed up in a wild brawl like this? The Emperor asked me to keep an eye on you until this war's over. We really don't deserve such a wandering Emperor. I can hardly believe the Emperor would care so much for a piece of trash like me. You said it. The Emperor even told me I was free to fight all I wished, as a reward for my years of faithful service. Yeah, I see not even old age can slow you down. Well then, let's get to it, shall we? At this point, I can't think of any better way to demonstrate our loyalty to the Emperor than by going down fight. Heavenly Emperor has been kind enough to keep broken men like ourselves in check by allowing us to serve. Now we beasts who could never find solace in peace can finally repay that kindness. Esse cara, eu tô ligado que ele é tonadão. The old man is an ordinary human. Does he truly mean to go up against service with his bare hands? Oh, you better believe it. Trust me. Don't take your eyes off him for a second. Even if he did catch me off guard, he still managed to stun my spirit core with one blow. The general isn't the only distinguished warrior here. The old guy is as tough as they come too. You'd better not hold back against him. Okay, I will not go easy on him.
Deixa eu pegar umas coisas. Segunda.
Mas até que agora. Cara, não dá pra usar. Patente base. Vai. Ai, uou. No! Jesus amado. Jesus Jesus amado.
陰に気を見出し陽に活路を開く我が八極に二の打ちいらず
Caralho, ele tem perfurar a defesa.
Dadinha.
Eu acho que eu empacotei aqui, cara. O cara já matou meus dois Merlin. O cara é muito brabo, mano. No. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Esse cara não tá com fome,
E como é que tá socando a cara do...
Não, ele tá socando minha cara, ferozmente. Não, eu não sei o que eu faço pra passar, cara.
Soca a cara dele.
O que eu gostaria muito.
Que diabo você jogar o 40 aí, né, pai?
Rapaz, é aquele negócio, né, velho? Eu não achei que eu ia perder.
Rapaz, eu sempre tô preparado pra perder, velho. Eu tenho um personagem level 90 e um personagem do suporte level 90, ou 100, dependendo da missão. E é isso, velho.
我が八極に二の打ちいらず
Nossa, ela nem consegue dar dano.
Ele tem perfurar a defesa, mano. As invulnerabilidade do Merlin não funciona contra o fantasma nobre dele. Vou nem tentar, vou só correr. Machucou, estou com couro quente. Estou com couro quente. Estou com couro quente. Caralho. Caralho. Cara, tá. Agora eu vou até fazer um outro negócio aqui. Cadê? Nero. Com essa aí. Cadê? A Scad não. Nero. Não, Merlin. Cadê? Aqui, com você. Vou tirar você. Aqui eu vou botar a ilha. Com essa carta, Kaleidoscope.
Que eu posso, tá aí.
Não vou botar não.
Elcio? Por que o Oz tá na party?
Porque tá só de... É uma outra PT que eu tô fazendo só pra lutar contra esse filho da puta. Cara, Não sei se eu começo com a ilha ou com a Nero, cara. Vou começar com a Nero mesmo. Vou começar com a Nero mesmo. A ilha, eu vou botar ela de caleidoscópio pra já chegar cantando. Cadê um outro caster aqui? Um suporte. Zuliang. E você... tem que diminuir o custo da PT. Cadê um outro caster?
Bota macho só pra encher o saco.
Botar botar marcha.
Ela custa
Ai,
literalmente.
não pode botar. Não tem como botar ela com as skills boas dela, velho.
Pode, vamos aí.
Não dá, mas vai ter que dar.
Você tem duas da mesma carta com 4 buffs, uma level 45 e outra level 20. Outra level 20.
Não sei, deve ter gritado. Cadê você, cadê você? Não é isso aqui. Cadê a carta que eu quero, mano? Cadê a carta, velho? A carta é a ilha com... Aqui, isso aqui. Isso aqui eu quero. Tá. Agora vai ser nessa ordem que eu vou começar a luta? Eu não sei. A ilha, o fantasma nobre dela é single target, cara.
Deixa ela pra depois, pra quando ela chegar já fazendo alguma coisa. Quando a Nero morrer, ela inevitavelmente vai.
E ele vai matar um a cada fantasma nobre, então nem adianta o fantasma nobre dos Merlins. Fight like there's no tomorrow. What? Meu Deus, cara, eu tô muito fugindo. Vou tentar fazer assim. Aqui. 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 Ele vai... o fantasma nobre dele ultrapassa a invencibilidade, então eu vou usar aqui. Tá. Vai, quebra essa barra, por favor. Quebra a barra. Quebra a barra. Não quebrou a barra. Beleza.
Parte.
Ele botou evade.
O evade dele é um turno inteiro ou é...
É um turno.
いいともいいとも
我が劇場のサビになるか。
そうですそうです
大輪の花火。
O famoso na área.
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。お任せ。夢のような形。
Eu acho que eu... Ele tá com... Tá, eu vou sacrificar esse merda. Não, não dá pra confiar em vocês com trilha sonora não, meu. Não dá não, eu não vou confiar em vocês não, velho. Vocês vão só botar merda aí sem falar que dá strike. Dá strike.
俺二の内いらず
本当や
Ilha! Meu Deus!
O望みのままに。
我が劇場のサビになるか。
そうです
大輪の花火。
Ah, vai, o Twitch reconhece tudo nessa vida. Ai! Nossa!
Acerta salva pra sempre, né, basicamente. O BRN vai ficar selado aí pra toda a eternidade.
Fazer o seguinte.
Tá enchendo o ponto da barra da segunda skill já, usando de mestre.
小さな窓。
Skin do quê? Skill do quê?
Não, o comando que você usa pra encher a barra do NP. Tá enchendo quanto? Skill na área.
Tá enchendo 10.
10?
私は
今
もう
日の話をするとしよう。
何も諦めない。任せて。
Vamos lá, Ilha. Faz alguma coisa da sua vida, filha. Por favor.
血管系、リンパ系、疑似魔術回路変換。
Ai, não quebrou, caralho.
そこは壁もなく城もなく。
Você me fez espada fora de ordem também, né?
Oi?
Você me fez espada fora de ordem também, né, doido?
Não, ela... É, difícil. Achei que ela dava defesa, tá? Ela não dá defesa.
Ah, é sempre 10% que aumenta a quantidade de estrelas. É.
Caralho, o que foi isso que aconteceu com a ilha, velho? O cara deu só uma na barriga dela, velho. Cara, só não mata a Nero, velho. Ah, não vai, ele não vai quebrar, ele tá de imune. Ai, caralho. O que esse filho de...
Eu juro que ela realmente aumentar o dano que ela dá em 15%.
我が八極に二の
Não, lógico que não, vai. Ah, ele foi na Nero. Por que a menina não pode... Ah, ele matou a ilha agora. Ela tava de guts. A menina não pode ficar de biquíni listrado não, velho. Você tá oprimindo ela aí? É foda, é
Já
foda.
tem o interlúdio da ilha já?
Hum?
Tem o interlúdio da ilha já? Não.
Tem.
こういうのどうだ
Tem?
Cara, eu vou arriscar, né? Vou bufar a ilha, mas eu não vou soltar o NP dela agora.
行くぞいいとも
Porque eu preciso. Eu preciso descer NP pra depois, mas se ele atacar ela, ela morre. Né? Aí, mano. Para! Nossa! Para, já deu! Quantos turnos esse cara tem, mano?
Sim. Quantos turnos ele tem? Correto.
Caralho, tava de foco.
Manda bater nela mesma.
É lógico.
Marcha, né?
Porra, por quê?
Ela dá cut damage, não dá? Quando ela ativa isso?
Não, só na roupa normal, nessa roupa desse daqui nada. É, tem que soltar o quinto foia. Calma aí, o que esse
Começa
cara ganhou?
burst, depois manda o dela.
Ai, caralho. E ele não vai tomar dano extra de caster.
É.
お望みのままに
私はもう何も諦めない。
何
Você pode dar só socar no turno.
Não, tem que dispersar. Eu não sei o que eu faço.
神経系、血管系、リンパ系、疑似魔術回路変換。
Um turno ela acha que compra pra mim.
Ela só dá todo o ponto do planeta na cara, né? Se existe uma mão, está na cara dela.
Ai, travou. Ai, ele botou evade, cara.
Ele se bufou 3 vezes antes de começar a atacar, aí depois tocar mais 2 vezes, fez mesmo?
Pois é. E o pior é que a ilha agora tá com ataque down e defesa down. E ele tá com evade. Ah!
Se vai um turno inteiro, você pode só observar quem vai matar do seu grupo.
Ai,
我が八極に二の打ちいらず
menos mal.
Socão vai na cara de quem?
Relaxa. Ai, merda.
120k de dano. Demorou.
何事もやればできるさ
Mano, agora é a hora, velho. Vou dar uma de pedroca, mano. Release Fantasia Nobre é agora ou nunca, velho. Gastei um selo de comando. Ah, eu usei na ordem errada.
Ah, e você foi e deu uma de si mesmo. É isso mesmo.
É.
Vou dar de pedra, já sei. Vou fazer a ordem errada.
Ai.
Check out isso.
Não, mas o Manny bufou ela, bufou bem. Ai! Jesus amado. Ai, foram 10 turnos, apareceu uma eternidade, mano. Caralho.
Os dois ficaram confusos quando acabou a luta por alguma razão.
Véi. Quê?
Eu sou confuso nos dois. Então acabou mesmo.
Ah, até o Nari falou uma coisa e eu não vi, velho. Ela tem uma capa, mas não tem uma calça. Lógico, velho. Tem que ter prioridades, mano. How in the world did he get this strong? We've neutralized the enemy fighters. How the... No, it's alright. I doubt they have the strength to even stand anymore. Man, who knew there were so many monsters in China? Can't believe these guys put up this much of a fight with nothing but strategy and pure skill. Let's hurry on, I have a feeling the Fusion Tree is practically around the corner. Fusion Trees practically around the corner. Cara, eu não comi ainda, velho. Tô com umas torradas aqui pra comer. Hanshin, are you still breathing? Unfortunately, I never expected them to just leave without finishing us off. Don't they know that goes against the rules of war? Heh, still that was a good fight. This building won't last much longer. If you can still stand, you should leave now before it collapses. As it happens, that battle really took every last bit of energy out of me. So I was hoping I might just be able to sit here for a bit longer. I suppose you'll just have to wait then. You misjudged how much stamina you had halfway through the fight, didn't you? Did you just think you could keep the same pace as when you were young or something? To my shame, yes, I hate to admit, não sei, that I began feeling my age at a mere 150 years old age, despite the Emperor giving me personal instructions in the sage arts. You should have come to Montpellier when you had the chance, instead of insisting on staying on active duty. Man, I wish I could have seen you fight in your pride. I bet it is something to behold. Well, I suppose there was a time when I went around threatening my enemies with my martial arts. How time truly does fly. Those days I spent alongside Heavenly Emperor were more than I could have asked for. Some guys have all the luck. He looked so peaceful, like he was just. You think he was just like. The Chaldeans will soon reach the Fusion Tree in the treasure. It will mean the Empire's most valuable mystic, the cornerstone of our peaceful civilization, found in many hands. No, right now the Fusion Tree is more important than even that, isn't it, you? This battle determined the fate of the world, yet you still wish to avoid it. I do. I understand very well how foolish that request is, but I cannot bear to see you wield your swords any longer. Indeed, that is the only thing you desire.
Eu vou jogar um Valorãozinho e volto daqui a pouco.
Vai lá, vai lá.
Vai comer, cara.
Depois. Even if that choice should lead to obliteration. But the world is in peril, even as we speak. This empire faces an unprecedented threat to its peace. My programming would not permit me to simply stand by while this happens. Forgive me, you. I cannot change who I am. Yes, you're right. This is who you are. In that case, I will accompany you. Please, let me stay by your side until the very end. Ah, tá difícil, cara. Caralho, 4 passos, mano. 4 passos. 4 passos. Ah, eu vou comer alguma coisa, né? Voltei, galera.
crença é igual entregar a cidade de São Paulo na mão do Bruno Covas. Uma hora um dos dois. Uma hora um dos dois.
So this is the treasure. I must say, this is even more magnificent than I always expected. Oh, I could spend days peering over everything. Everything in this place, if only things weren't so dire right now. This is where Kishihon keeps all the treasure of the Sage World on display. There should be bark and leaf samples from the Fusion tree around here. Ah, there we go. I trust nobody will mind if I borrow this for a moment. Wonderful. All I need now is the right spell, and you have an antidote in no more than 5 minutes. Well, I'd say that wraps up our business here, but while we're at it, would you like to see the real thing? Kishihon must have transplanted the fusion tree to the innermost sanctum after pulling it out of the Sage World. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. As a detective, I feel obligated to examine it. However, Holmes, I can't help but feel a tad bit perturbed at how you seem to be leading us into a trap, Mr. Skoyanskaya. Oh my, aren't we suspicious? But you might just be a teensy bit too late there. You made it? And Shin, you too? Great, just what we needed right now. I thought it might come to this. What? You mean you knew this would happen? Nothing so certain to be sure. Perhaps I should say that my suspicions were right on the mark. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned, you did say that the next time you saw you made it, it would almost certainly be when we be where the three of emptiness is hidden. Wait, the fusion tree is the three of emptiness? When did you figure it out? Oh, I was never sure of it. It was never more than a hunch. The three of emptiness were about to begin. Being so unclear all this time simply made no sense. It was therefore only natural to suspect it may be connected to this Lostbelt, most mysterious object, which also happened to be a tree. I can't believe a disciple of the foreign world would bring the enemy straight to a tree of emptiness roots. What in the world were you thinking, Konoskaya? What was I thinking, you say? I was thinking I'm just doing my job. It's like I told you before, Yui. You can't play mind games against Chaldea. They're so good with that stuff, you'd think they were working off an answer sheet. So I don't think this is giving the tree's location away. Think of it as living lame destroys Lorta. So as a crypto, all you have to do is play the executioner and use Mayal's power as a guillotine. Now, why don't you go ahead and get started, Mr. Ancestor of the Sage World? Mayal, so that's the third tree of emptiness name. Hang on, Mayal? First Orochi, then Sombrero, now Mayal? Is that what the three of emptiness actually are? You have some nerve. Did you really forget how you tried to kill me? Oh, come on now, Yui. Come now, you both know you're not the type to let that little murder you keep her down. Can't you just let bygones be bygones? There goes our truce. I figured it was just a matter of time till this bitch backstabbed us. Check the fine print before you go around flinging baseless accusation. Alright, we didn't put that in writing, did we? I was to make an antidote. I make it a point of professional pride to always fulfill my obligations. So once that is good and dead, I'll be sure to leave it on his grave along with some lovely flowers. Whatever the fox may be plotting, the fact remains that the Chaldeans are the source of this disturbance. Hey, Fidel. Now that we face each other once again, I'll use all power at my disposal to stop you. Is that right, you? Yes, Lord Shangyu. Here they come, master. Ai, Fedeus. Fedeus.
Ikki kasei ni tatami kakeru.
Ikki kasei ni kakeru.
アマちゃんを舐めさせようか。イカ様な。だがあなた威勢だこってな。
こういうのどうだ？急だな。他にやることないの？
aqui. E decrease defense for all enemies. Tá. Discharge Barrel decrease attack for enemies. Tem grade também. Tem grade também. Tem grade também. Tem de tudo. Eu não sei quem eu bato. Eu não sei quem eu bato. Filho da puta, prioridade. Yosh. Eu podia ter ido na outra mulher.
大事なしその通り
もう楽になればぜひともうましまったよてんでい
Por que não gritou? Ai. Ai. Iwa.
これでどう苦しめ
Ai, agora ele dá evade. Cacete. Rapaz, a LOL não morreu não, aquilo é um homem, caralho. Quem morreu foi um homem. Ai, doente, velho. Ele tá... Foda-se. Não, pô, aquele lá dá pra ver que é homem mesmo, pô.
イグナ・トゥフルトゥー君は我が手に白金の鍵あり虚無より現れその指先で触れたもの我が父なる神我その真髄を宿す慈しみとならバラの眠りを超えいざ究極の門へと至らんクリフォーライゾーン
クリフォーライゾーン
苦しめおのれ開けもうおのれどう面白そう 豊足苦しめ
Porra, mano! Ai, se fuder, caralho. Ah, mano, vai te fuder vocês tudo, velho.
年には及ばず導くものなりイグナトゥフルトゥー君が我その真髄を宿す慈しみとならクリフォートライゾンこの世にはびこる霊の邪みそに払うは我が雫石私全開でご奉仕いたします
だけな
ここに決算あたぼうよ
その方しか
滅びの定めにすら見放された我が永遠の洞窟我身の涙で命を呪え
力を持って山を
Tá
気
difícil.
迫を持って世を追う
Ai, ai. Cara, tá pistola. Julian Mesh. Vamos lá, Mesh. Faz seu serviço direito, filha.
内熱衝撃板装填します
こういうのどうだ
ガードを改め威勢だこってなぜひとも念には及ばずふんぐるいふんぐるいおんそじりしたそうだうがふなぐる二軍富岳36系おうてんでい昨日の一よ
大事なし
ほらほら
つまり中だな他にやることないのこういうのどうだよし
バンカーボルトリロー
行くぞよし
ド念には及ばず
罠だ
おのれ
計略だ
おのれあたぼうよどうどうどういやぜひ念には及ばず
short there. Bum 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 bum. Cadê? Puta, acho que agora eu sei o que é. Tava voando, moleque, tava voando, mano. Não, o máximo que eu já fui foi 11 viewers, mano. Tá, tô voando, velho. Cadê? Tem outra Venture. O corvo. Lub. Within Shangyu, you may be advanced, but you are also alone. Your storms may make you invisible, but you have no rivals with which to compete your strength in a fight. Alone is what sealed your defeat. Log Shangyu. No way in hell you're losing to your overgrown horse ass 3 times in a row. I am more dread than Knight of Treachery. If you think you read my future, then I'll just rebel against that shit too. Hey, you! What are you trying to pull here? Why haven't you removed Meiyao's disguise yet? What possible reason could you have to hold back? Shut up, shut up! What is the meaning of this? Kishiron? Of all times for the Emperor to show up. How did you get your treasure in the short time you were absent? It must have taken longer to reboot than we realize. That is vexing. Oh no, if the Emperor is here, then Jinke must be. Now, how are things going to go? If King Shinron reconciles with Chaldea, I'll be right back to square one. Well, there was never much to gain from this Lostbelt anyway. It won't be any great loss. Yep, Hinako. If it makes you feel any better, you are absolutely right. I should honor my agreement with the foreign god and see my job through to the end. So I'll go ahead and have the three of Empress to take care of Chaldea right now. No, please, stop. Come on then, Meiyao. It's time to wake up. Show this tiny Lostbelt what your cosmos is really made of. Why is the full century split apart? Foul! Timpling! What? Oh yeah, that's the three of them if I ever saw one. I knew I was correct in my suspicion, but I never expected anything quite like this. Are you sure that's a tree? It's the size of a mountain! How did something that big fit inside a bunch of dried up twigs all this time? Queen Queen Liangyu told us that the Fusion Tree was treasure trove in the mystic wisdom, also known as the Tree of Life. But there are no ordinary means for such a vast amount of information to fit inside a single tree. The tree from the Sage World must neither contain some sort of independent dimension, or... Shut up and get back! This spatial consistency is trying to correct itself, and it's swapping gravity all around it. Tehee! The Tree of Intus has been slurping up plenty of magical energy from inside the Fusion Tree's pocket dimension. I didn't even have to review itself out here. It didn't have to review itself out here to extend its roots throughout all of China's ley lines. Ah, the Fusion Tree, the divine tree that sits at the heart of our empire. All this time it's being co-opted by invaders. The Tree of Emptiness, so that impossible mythology does exist. Then does that mean Akuta and the Fox Woman were telling the truth all along? Of course, this world was sprung away, and the one the Chaldeans belong to is in fact proper human history. The nations you brought together, your vision of everlasting peace, none of it was meant to exist. Your entire history for the last 2,200 years was never more than a pipe dream. So how does it make you feel? Sad, dejected, utterly crushed, with abject despair? How to be ridiculous? This is wonderful news, huh? Thanks to our greatness, our eternal empire exists right here, right now. After all, dreamers cannot distinguish between dreams and reality. For them, they are one and the same. So, if the world's about to dream again, who can say if your corrupt ruined society is or prosperous world is the one that truly exists? Oh, I get it. Like whether Lubu who thinks he's red hair or red hair who thinks he's Lubu. When you get right down to it, it doesn't really matter. Would you just shut up, Hoas? We're trying to have a serious conversation here. No way. Kenshi Huan's self-esteem is off the charts. I swear this is exactly why I hate you so much. You are the ideal human, aren't you? Well, obviously, Kenshi Huan has been an emperor for over 2,200 years, remember? He's probably overcome all sorts of things in that time. He's practically pivot to despair by this point. Very well then, the victor here will determine the true history. No matter how many other branches there are, we will burn them all away. Oh, now I see. This is what you were afraid of, and you knew that Kishin would get fired up once it was clear the pruning turret phenomenon was true. So you decided to keep the Tree of Emptiness secret until the very last moment. Is that so? You thought it's true, and we certainly fell for it. You knew it was pointless lie. It was pointless to lie to an omniscient, omnipotent ruler. So instead, you were perfectly honest about it all, knowing Kishin would never believe a word. By hiding evidence that would validate your story, you were able to turn fact into fiction. You must have really wanted to prevent Kishin from learning the truth. But why? Why were you so desperate to keep Kishin from acting? You're really hopeless, foolish actor. You go that far toward war. You knew you wouldn't play Shang Yu in the war to be recorded as this plan's rightful history. So you wasted your time delaying the inevitable. To think you would choose such small comfort in the face of certain destruction. So this is the nadir of foolishness to which love has driven you. Is this just me, or yes, it is descending swiftly. Naturally, it will not be taking your foolish, selfish wishes into consideration. It will not be taking your wishes into consideration. Do your best for the future we can manage. Those of you who are not human can stay out of it. Uh-oh. Damn it, I knew this jackass was gonna fall on us. Which one of you dumb bastards said it wouldn't happen? Oh damn it, this was what I have to deal with now that the king knows the truth about Lostbelt. You refuse to help. King Xinhuan's out of control. There's clearly nothing to be gained here anymore. I'm out of here. I'm getting back to the office. Hey, she got away. Forget her. We got out. Get out of here. My audit of Enthusiasm shall grant you your protection. You shall descend from on high, the most powerful guardian ever to exist. Hang on, who exactly is it going to land? Browser. What the... Ipan Palace has fallen. Is everyone alright? I thought for sure the Emperor was going to fall right on top of us. Did King Xinhuan just miss? Such foolish notion hardly deserved to be given voice. We acted only out of generosity. Audience of proper human history are about to enter into contest as to which is truly embodies what it is to be human, as well as over the direction in which mankind should proceed. Settling this dispute simply by making use of our mass would resolve nothing. So, rather than destroy us in order to protect the Empire, you want to converse with us about who should have the right to determine the future. Why would you make that kind of concession now? You need ask, we are the Emperor. We care first and foremost about humanity's future. We must grudgingly admit that our empire was indeed turned away from history. However, we cannot ignore that proper human history was so weak as to be so easily wiped out, even as you advance the chronicle theoretical phenomenon. History is woven together through human will. Its course is no mere coincidence. Thus, the one who leads the chronicle theoretical phenomenon must be the stronger, superior human. Someone is coming out of the Ipan Palace. Is that a person? It is the ultimate human form. It has overcome death, transcended yin and yang, and reached the truth of immortality. This is the only Zerg in existence. This is kin. A human form? But I thought the Emperor was a giant machine, like those movies about interstellar warfare. That isn't even a surprise. That spirit origin is less strong than it is great. In proper human history, it would be ranked Grun. So then, why is the Emperor a ruler? We grew this body by applying the Eclosion Ascension method we learned by analyzing the fusion tree. To the... como é o negócio? Eclosion Ascension. To the physiological data we collect from Rakuta Hinako. We had not planned on actually using it, but our discussion with Dinky changed our mind. If we are to prove our path for humanity is superior to proper human histories, then we must do so in a human body. Your path for humanity? Should humanity prioritize safety in stagnancy, or growth, which is inextricably entangled with risk? The question... Caralho, tá difícil aqui, mano. Should humanity prioritize safety in stagnancy, or growth, in which is inextricably entangled with risk? The question of which humanity is best suited to lead Earth from the chronicle theoretical phenomenon can no longer be decided with words alone. Thus, we will decide this matter by punching you. We shall also permit you to punch us in return. Whomever remains standing in the end shall be the one entrusted with the hopes of the future.
The future?
The hopes of the future. Foul! We are the ultimate human. There is only one of us. Whereas you, Ned, are but one of many humans from your world. Whichever one of us is stronger shall be the one to face Earth's next great challenge. We trust you agree there can be no fairer, não sei lá, way to settle our dispute.
What?
Fairer. De ferro.
Acho que só o branco sabe explicar como é que fala isso direito.
Yeah, foda-se. Well, how about that? You're damn sight more reasonable than I gave you credit for. Upon the side that Qin Shi Huang only came to this because both sides refused to consider the other's position, I quite agree that we should accept this offer. There can be no better way to determine who is more fit for these chaotic times. This is how contest of power should happen. Master, so we're not fighting hatred, but to show the strength of our conviction. Well, we can back down from that now, can we? Right. As member of Cadence Security Organization, no. As humans represent your own world in history, you agree to your terms, Qin Shi Huang. Good. With the firm gaze and fighting spirit, you should make a foe well worth crushing with these two hands. Now come at us without your might, members of humanity's masses. We shall test your own self. We shall test you ourselves, cara. Caralho, tô 3h30, mano. Vai dar 4 horas, vai dar praticamente 1 hora pra cada capítulo, velho.
Tá bless. Você acha muito bless, não?
Caralho, mano. Pô, eu gostaria, mas eles botaram a porra do evento trancado atrás da
イライラするわね。
praga do negócio aí.
よし、滅ぼす。
What? O que aconteceu? Tá. Se todo mundo bufar, tá bom. Tá, vamos lá.
Firmou na cara dele.
Não! Eu cliquei errado, era pra clicar na Delta. Beleza, ele já chegou stunando 2. É isso.
Ele recuperou 10k de vida.
Mas isso não vai salvar ele. Ai!
Ai, ai.
ぶっ込むわよ。ゴージャスに。
何事もやればできるさ。君の道行きを信じよう。さあ行きなさい。
Ela tá imune, os outros dois não estão. Eu arrisco deixar um dos dois morrer, vou arriscar, foda-se. Você acha que a de alta é roubada, mano?
Ah, não vi.
Ai, que crítico foi aquele, meu Jesus, velho.
Pena que ele tá no break, né?
Né?
A magia de folga dele não tá
Ai! Caguei! Eu não sei o que o NP dele faz.
Nem ideia.
Eu acho que não é de dano.
Acho que é burtão, mas eu posso estar equivocado.
Ei, ele não ganhou nenhum efeito, foda-se, que bom. Ah, por causa do efeito da Jalter? Eu acho que é, cara. Ai, o Merlin morreu, velho.
Deu ritmia?
Tá que pariu.
Ele gritou 2 vezes pra ele socorrer isso.
Ah, aqui vai ser bonito, mano. Aqui vai ser bonito. Cadê? Deixa eu dar um imune aqui pra galera. Ele tá imune? Eu não vou bater com ele agora. Ou eu bato com ele agora? Não vou bater com ele agora.
Ah, ele te dá invulnerabilidade no último turno só o NP dele. Ele aumenta o dano crítico. Ele aumenta ataque.
Que...
Opção de estrela. Uma coisa.
Ai, não matou, cara. Achei que ia matar. Se ele atacar de alta, aí eu vou ficar tite. Se ele atacar ela, eu vou
O lobo faz o quê?
Oi?
O lobo faz o quê? O
Ele
NP dele.
bate.
Não, o NP dele.
É, ele bate.
Ah, ok.
Tirou todos os meus pontos! E se ele já vai soltar LP de novo? É isso, todos os meus buffs.
Ah, ele tá vulnerável agora, próximo turno. Se ele pegar os buffs, né?
Ai! Porra, filho da puta. Ah, quantas vezes você vai atacar, ô desgrita?
Sim.
Ele tá invulnerável, né?
Uhum.
Será que esse passe é vulnerável? Apply sure hit! Apply sure hit! Apply sure hit! Tenho quase certeza que sure hit vai...
Você tem um bagulho de debuff ali, aguentar a chance dele morrer, né? A chama azul dele que no canal.
Sim, mas em boss nunca pega, não. Nem melhor
Você
nem
tirou o
tentar.
debuff dele de vulnerabilidade.
Aham, eu vi isso. Mas ele, o MP dele ia passar de qualquer jeito.
Aumenta dá o bônus de ataque do. O Leander só pra ele mesmo.
Eu vou ter, pior que eu tenho que dar o de defesa também. E eu vou botar o de crítico também. Precisei dar tudo que ele tem agora. Aqui. Que vai bater doído agora nesse crítico aí, ó. Toma. Ai! Que daninho gostoso. Ah! Toma, filho da puta! Então se apelar, fuma 2 BL e uma Jalta. Caralho. Beruzerico. Contra Beruzerico eu posso usar ou a Jalta. Eu vou fazer minhas estratégias usando o Beruzerico aqui. Trocar essa, cara.
Agora eu vou me focar nesse joguinho e eu vou fazer o meu direito para de putaria. Vamos lá.
Você vai fazer o quê?
Tô até agora enrolando pra jogar o ano.
O quê?
O ano 1800.
Ah, você.
Eu comecei o jogo bugou logo de cara.
É isso. Was that Hazornit truly touched the ground first? It did. Are you convinced now, your Imperial Majesty? You went out of your way to fight us as human, even knowing that we had no chance in battle against your mechanical vessel. You have borne a vast responsibility all these years. You have borne de aguentata all these years, and for that you have my respect, but the results speak for themselves. Even as a Zenlin, you choose to prioritize defense, but defense is a role for gods, not humans. Human nature lies in pressing ever onward, no matter how foolish it may be to do so, or how disgraceful the results may be. Yes, we can express only our genuine shock. Tell us, Ned, in your world, are all people, no, all humans as strong as you? I don't know, but I do know this. I've asked my people to fight instead to do it alone. I'm not so sure, Ned. I mean, our world is pretty well stocked with dumbass. Still, I guess I could be bothered. I could be bothered to help out if there was someone, even half as freaky stupid as you're trying to handle this. Oh yes, I'd be even more inclined to trust someone like that being a host, you know. We see. So even if you had fallen, you have very foolish, that someone else would come to take your place. Foul. If all of you possess such resilience and the will to endure life's tribulations, then perhaps humans may indeed be able to overcome any obstacles in their path towards a future with limitless possibilities. Yes, that's what we believe too, along with someone else who helped us come this far. Very well, we will take that bet. We leave the future of the chronicle theoretical phenomenon in proper human history's hands. See that it flourishes under your care. Thank you, that means a lot. No, I do not accept that. Huh? General Shang Yu? Even if that is what the humans have agreed upon, I cannot accept it. You would defy your decree, Kaiji Zero? You are my lord no longer, Your Imperial Majesty. My only loyalty now is to my companion, Yu Meiren. Lord Shang Yu, you, my beloved, has chosen the Lostbelt as her home. She has wandered for too long in search of peace. And now, at long last, she has found it. I cannot take that away from her. You've got to be freaking shitting me. He wants to go another round? Please stop this battle. Your body needs maintenance. You are in no shape to fight again. Please, Lord Shang Yu, you must endure already at your limit. There's no way you can be. It's alright, this body of mine can still move, so I will not let them cut down the tree of emptiness. Your future, my first and final prayer, can only exist beyond this branch. Shang Yu is prepared to fall battle again, Master. The Shang Yu from proper human history died plagued by regrets. Now I will see his wishes fulfilled. Just this once I will fight not for the Empire, but for the woman I love. Now behold what Shang Yu can do when he is pushed to his absolute limits. Shang Yu.
私の出番かな。
ピカ
いや、こいつは手強そうだ。
O que ele fez? Decrease defense e decrease attack at the end of the turn and decrease charge by 1. Ah, então morreu.
お任
Quem
せ。
que morreu?
夢のような気がする。この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。何？
Até agora não me deram meu tiro.
何？何事もやればできる。お任せ。
Também ficando.
ぶっ込むわよ。
お望みのままに。
Isso aqui só pra garantir.
何？
上等よ。
Ai meu. Nossa. Graças a Deus, olha.
ゴージャスに。ぶっ込むわよ。
Vamos ver quanto de dano ela vai dar. Ah, não tem outro buff. Vamos ver quanto de dano ela vai dar agora. Vamos lá. Lagrão do domínio do rainho.
Você realmente gosta de usar ele primeiro, né?
Rapaz, é foda demais, velho. Carai, não levou o cara. Bateu só 466, cara.
あんたの終わりよ。
E a última luta é contra ponto de interrogação. Ah, é contra a árvore. As árvores, elas acho que tomam dano de Rider ou Caster. Eu não lembro. I don't remember. Cadê a ilha? Cadê a ilha? Cadê a ilha? 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 Cadê você, ilha? Cadê você, Iria? Iria, Iria. Cadê você, Iria? Aqui. Aqui. Esse aqui. Apelei, olhei aqui que qual que é a luta final, foda-se.
É isso, né? Assim, você falou que não faz esse tipo de coisa, cara.
Alas, I cannot make my wish come true. Lord Shangyu, forgive me, once again my failure condemns you to an eternity wandering alone. I want nothing more. Cara, sujei meu. Want nothing to grant you solace. I wish we could have spent endless days together in peace. However, my functionality could not make that dream a reality. And so this is what it feels to have regret gone yet you in your final moments. Long Shangyu, you, my companion, I'm sorry I cannot stay by your side. Ei, caralho. Me, you, what will your fate be? To blouse. Lord Shangyu, Lord Shangyu, Lord Shangyu. Akuta, don't mesh. No one can console her now. I don't think any human, any being fated to die, really could understand her pain right now. This is what it means to live for all of time. Gaudea, Kenshin, proper human history. Do you think this is over? Do you think your path forward is clear now? What are you doing, Fairy? After all that has come to pass, you'd still try to stop Gaudea? The future of mankind has never meant anything to me. I never cared who got drowned away or who got carried on the Chronicle. But now, you humans, you loathsome, despicable, disgusting human, are all I can think about. Her spiritual origin is dispersing. What's going on? I knew that the true answers were essentially elementals, but is she truly abandoning her incarnated body? Wait, the true emptiness magical energy is absolutely skyrocketing. I think it's absorbing her spiritual origin. True sages and fairies like her have always been something akin to divided spirits of the fusing tree. So if this tree of emptiness fell off the fusing tree to manifest here, she may be able to possess it. You humans don't deserve a future. I won't allow it. Not after you've got as far as you have by feeding the dreams and despairs of non-humans everywhere. The tree of emptiness magical energy is entering an active state. Looks like it's finally all woken up, and it's about to come at us. Damn it, we don't have time to just stand here with our thumbs up our asses. Get ready, Ned, this is it. It's do or die time. If that thing would curse all of mankind, then it is our enemy as well. Kishiwan, does it mean you help us? You may have been strong enough to defeat us, but this is still your territory. What's more, the fairy has shown great impertinence in taking off fusing 3. Will you therefore gladly endure your radiant battle? Die, I will wipe you from existence. All of my hatred, all of my curses, all my fury shall power the tree of emptiness. Hear me, my origin. Ruins of the last fusing tree, use your jagged canopy to secure humanity's last hopes for the future. Drown. Master, look out! The internal temperature of the tree of emptiness is rising rapidly. I'm detecting gravitational shifts creating fault lines in space-time. They must detect gamma rays. They appear to be cosmic in origin. Mesh, patch me into the Ortonex sensor data. Wait, what is that? Is this fake? Miniature? Connected to the real thing? Ah, hell with it. There's only one thing I can say for sure. It's a galaxy. There's a real actual galaxy inside the Tree of Emptiness. Ela ficou bolada. A galaxy? You mean like a galaxy? Indeed, unlike those of Russian Scandinavia, this tree of emptiness has fully blossomed. People have said that the hollows of great trees connect to other worlds ever since the age of myth. This one contains a galaxy, and one we know at that. Sadly, okay, and one we know at that. Sadly, I cannot yet say what the greater significance of that may be. An analysis will have to wait. That tree is directing all its energy straight at us. Be ready to continue fight that. That thing cannot be allowed to remain on this planet. Got it! Yes, master, we've tied the tree of this heat source 5,000 meters above the ground. It's time to complete order Lostbelt number 3, or last battle in this Chinese Lostbelt. Ai, tá acabando, cara. Tá acabando, mano.
Tá acabando mesmo?
Eu espero, né, tio? Deve ter algum pedacinho depois disso aqui pra dar despedir de todo mundo, tá? Tree has awakened. Eita caralho. A árvore tá bolada e tem uma. Eita. Eita, cuzão.
O que foi nervoso?
A árvore tá pistola. Acho que ela não gostou muito que eu desci a mão nela não, velho.
Dá mais pouco na cara dela ainda, velho, que ela gosta mais.
Ué?
Hum?
Ah, ela é Sácio. Ela não é nem ponto de interrogação, ela é a Sácio. Isso quer dizer que ela vai de 3 em 3 turnos no meu rabo.
Mas que delícia.
Hein? Pra cacete, o herói. Eu ainda tô enganado, cara. Cadê o meu? Eu vou soltar isso aqui e vou bater com os dois merdas. Preciso criar fantasma nobre dos merdas. Tá sem som o fantasma nobre, eu não sei porquê. Deve ter dado alguma bugueira ecológica.
Possível.
Aí fedeu, né? Kirameku-san. É, tá sem som. Caralho, por que ele tá atacando só o mesmo Merlin, velho?
Porque assim ele mata o Merlin.
Faz bastante sentido, né?
É isso, isso que é a necessidade básica do jogo, é ter um pub.
Ela ganhou resistência à lança. Aí, tô como?
Ótimo.
Quanto resistência?
Acho que esse foi por causa do crack, velho.
Cara, não deu nada de dano.
A única maneira é realmente ela te dano em área, velho. Então, se botar de pé é complicado.
Eita, mano. Pô, mas esse bebê tá, né, tio? Caraca! Ai! Essa porra tá com resistência. Artes. Buster. Passa o resto da noite batendo ela aqui. Um fantasma nobre sem som.
É, as drogas vai ser que professor.
Nossa, eu morri. Ai, caralho, aí a outra bichinha que eu trouxe é a ilha. Que é Buster.
O que tem que ser bastante?
Tá com resistência. Não tô nem aparecendo a legenda, né? Caralho. Aí vai botando câncer, aí a cura do Merlin não é o bastante, cara. Olha.
とは。
Ai, não stunou, cara.
そうだ。大佐。
内熱衝撃板装填します。内熱衝撃板装填します。ルビーちゃんの出番ですね。不安しかない。私はもう何も諦めない。任せて。
Mano, a Kelly bateu bem, mano. Ai, não cretou. Ah, cretou o segundo. Ai, caralho, acho que foi, mano. Ai, não valou. Ai, Deus, Jesus amado, Jesus amado, Jesus amado. Ai, tô com dor de cabeça, cara. Amanhã começou o evento, mano. Its magical energy signal is fading. We did it! But I got this. He knew this would happen. E aí, doido? Safado! Ai! Que delícia, cara! He knew this would happen. His grief was because he knew I would be consumed by rage and disappear as a vengeful ghost. How foolish of me to think I brought him such sadness not once, but twice. That is your only regret? Why? It could not be simpler to put an end to Shangyu's grief. Shangyu's grief was over how you would spend your final moments. If you wish to end that grief, you need only choose an end for yourself that would let him rejoice rather than despair. What? Become a heroic spirit. As an elemental, surely such a choice is within your power. Joining the counterforce should be trivial. Is that really how it works? I mean, I know Ned has formed contracted divine spirit class beings before, but you would have me become a pawn of the counterforce. You would have me protect the very humans I despise. I despise more than anything. Eu esqueci que é uma mulher. More than anything. We are sure the idea holds little appeal to you, but it was the dedicating his life to doing so that gave you such pride. If you were to carry on his stead, he would surely have no more reason to lament your fate. So you are still not fully convinced? Then consider this. You are the only one in all of your history to know the truth about Shangyu, are you not? Should you bring your knowledge of him to the throne, he may also be appointed one of humanity's guardians. Should that come to pass, you may one day have a chance to see him again. Aye. Well, whatever you choose, there is no need to decide right now. There is no reason not to take some time to wander the mountains as you think it over. I'm impressed you were able to talk down a vengeful ghost. We are the Emperor. Guiding our people with the light of reason has long been our duty. If you had only wanted to protect this world, you could have chosen to join forces with Yumerin and defend the Sphere of Emptiness together. Just the sort of underhanded trickery we would expect from a tactician. While had she revealed the Tree of Emptiness to us sooner, we might have done so. But we had already decided to abdicate in favor of Ned, and we were not about to change our mind. If there is no further need for a tactician, then it would seem our work here is done. Agreed, and you find a war you can also find tactician, but if there is no more war here, then I had best be on my way as well. Well, Ned, I am sure we will one day meet again on a new field of battle. Next time I won't bother to test how strong you are. I will know you to be a master worth following from the very start. As for me, I really appreciate it if you could summon me by my name next time. It's a bit weird not being quite sure who you are. We do know though, as I repeatedly told you, you are red hair. Oh, come on, really? I don't know if I buy that. Oh yeah, I guess it's time for everyone to be heading back to the throne, man. Hey, we'll stick around till you leave this Lostbelt. You did summon us inside the Shadow Border after all. I see. I am very happy, Red One. We can stay together a little bit longer. Still, if there are spirits in this world someone already gone, that must mean this world won't be around much longer. That is nothing we need to concern ourselves with. Though, from the looks of your face, we suppose you humans were popular here, my history cannot put your feelings aside so easily. We can assure you that there will be no weeping or lamentation of the sort you are worried about. Our people do not fear either death or oblivion. Indeed, they cannot comprehend fear or despair. That is how we have raised them. They will spend today just as they have every other day, knowing neither grief or regret. Even when the days of destruction arrive, they will simply fade away as easily as falling asleep. That is the paradise on earth we have created. That is the world we made for our beloved people. Got it. The storm clouds have disappeared. That takes care of the chronicle-theoretical phenomenon overlap. Oh, that is excellent news. The North Territory has finally become whole again. We shall immediately connect to our Great Wall to see how our lands are faring. Well done, Caldeia. Now, we assume, don't say, you have your own urgent business to attend to. Keshihan, oi? Go on then, Human's next crisis awaits. Do not forget your responsibilities, no matter how heavy the burden. What's this? Desgraçado deixou a porra do negócio. Believe it, one dosage of sanitary antidotes and NFF service customer support. No signature required, all sales and transactions final. Conhece guys stuck in the Shadow Border? Man, how? It must have been while we were preoccupied with our battle against the Tree of Emptiness. Admittedly, I didn't think your security was so large that she would be able to gain entry that quickly. We did let her aboard after we recovered the border at the Ministry of Technology. Do you think she tempered security while we were looking? Great. Just great. Now I have even more stuff to check before we start our next ZRCU. There's no telling what she might have messed with while she was here. I don't think we need to worry. Yes, she could have sabotaged the border in any number of ways while she was in here. But all she left behind was the antidote. I imagine this was her way of keeping her word. I'm certain we can assume the antidote to be safe as well. If nothing else, she seemed to be quite serious about abiding by her contracts. Alright then, here goes nothing. Gloop, gloop, gloop. Senpai, how do you feel? I think I feel a little better. There we go, you see? I told you there was nothing to worry about, and I was right. Tá vendo? Ai, você perdeu o... Você já viu esse gordão de bigode que tem aqui no Lostbelt? Pedro? Ai, filho da puta, botou. Yeah, okay, I can understand Gordy being excited about this. Now, if he could just be a little less obvious, he'd be a much better director. Oh, what's the harm? The important thing is that we are okay. Yes, that's true, isn't it? Why the long face, Mesh? Something else on your mind? We just destroyed another world. Oh yes, that. I understand that the dead end histories without any possibility for future growth are destined to be permanent anyway. I understand that the Russians can never lost about the exceptionally harsh environments for mankind too. But this lost belt was... yeah, it was peaceful. If you hadn't stuck your noses in, I doubt anyone here would ever have realized they were unhappy. But you know, peace that becomes stagnation is its own kind of dead end. That was ultimately why this history had to be pruned away. I know, that's the only conclusion I can come to as well, after seeing how it ended up. But then I remember what King Leung told us, how the warriors of the Empire fought so hard to create this perfect lasting peace. And then I can't help but think, what if one day everything we fought so hard to achieve turns out to be for nothing too? I can't say that's impossible. The purely theoretical phenomenon isn't driven by malice or error, it just happens. We're not immune either. No matter how hard we fight for what we believe, there's always a chance some other branch, more worthy of being called proper human history, could leave us behind. If that happens, I only hope we have the same grace and bravery to pass on the torch that King Shi Huang did. People are fond of saying the possibilities are endless, as though it were an inherently good thing to realize the full implication. Possibilities may be endless, but outcomes are anything but. And that massive diversity of choice only adds to the pressure of the inevitable color. It's a hard problem, a very, very hard problem. Sometimes I wonder how wise do we need to be before we can know for sure what's right. If we ever reach that point, it will only be after we cease being human and instead become gods. As long as humans remain human, our only hope is to keep grasping for the truth as best as we can from among the vast sea of endless possibilities. This is the wondrous sea database. I have confirmed that the storm wall around the Chinese Lostbelt is gone. I should be able to reach you via comms now. Do you read me? Loud and clear. Excellent, that's what I like to hear. And from the tone of that lovely voice, it sounds like you complete your mission handily. Great work, everyone. Now I bet you could all use a nice hot shower, correct? Then I suggest you head west about 10 kilometers from your current position. Captain's on his way now. Once you meet up with him, you can dare say over to wounded him before the other cryptids spot you. Oh, I would certainly love a good victory massage, but are you sure we can make it back so easily? Of course, now that the last pass gravitational field has collapsed, my calculations and Captain's nav skills will have you back here before you know it. Oh, but keep in mind that this method is strictly for getting between places that exist in this world. I can get you the entry point of a lost belt and back, but I cannot get you in. Think of this as the world's most advanced airport shuttle. Fine by me, honestly I was worried we were going to drive all the way back from here. Oh no, we will never make you waste your time like that, especially not when we already have another order rating. Another order? Another one? What do you mean, Sean? Are we moving up our plans to invade Atlantic Lost Belt? Definitely not. In fact, this is not even possible at this point. As they say, hey... Ai, caralho, isso é brother não, velho. Qual é o seu problema? As they say, haste makes waste. Clothes makes the man. And sparing the rod spoils the child. I know now how that this next part is essential to a larger plan. Once you're all rested up, we're going to have you head out to your next order, Lost Belt number 4, where you will investigate a strange lost belt that has been repeatedly expanding and contracting. Moreover, the captain will be joining in on your adventure into a dazzling realm of Indian mythology. Hey, are you sure it's okay to leave the cave? Well, that nice doctor in the white outfit said he should be fine now. There was a real strange air about them, wasn't there? Kinda reminds me of those Caldea people. I start a song and the moon begins to rave, rise and dance, and the shadow moves grotesquely. Why I am still let us just rejoice with one another, let each one go his way. Oh, a poem extolling the beauty of the moon, lovely. Yeah, poems are great, aren't they? That one makes me feel like I'm gazing up at the moon no matter where I am. Now that I think of it, all the poems we ever heard in Xiangyang were about us. Of course, we were perfectly happy with that at the time. But still, would it have been so terrible to have someone regale us with a tale of the moon? Say, who are you? I don't recognize you. We are the Emperor. The Emperor? No way. I heard the Emperor lives up in the sky, and he's always watching us, over us from above. But we're the same height as us, and you're here on the ground with us. Indeed, we walk the same land and gaze upon the same heavens. We decide to spend the final moments with our people. We are, after all, human, just like all of you. Sober still let us rejoice with one another on strong letter to go his way. Let us be bound forever to carefree journey. Let us swear to meet again beyond this Milky Way. The synchronizing intellectual nations. Cosmos denial. Ta-ta. Butter. The Phoenix lights at the center present box. The Phoenix lights. Neat. Take a good look at the ones who are leaving. They are shouldering the duty that is the future, and their path will lead them to confront even more treacherous challenges. Yet the only thing we can do is to see them off from afar. Ah, but do not worry, we will not be giving you any trials like the ones they will be facing. Instead, you shall join us in a delicate slumber breath of fear or despair over your fate, bereft. This is a scene of what will soon become a dream. The ruler who once tried to shoulder humanity alone is now entrusted and tasked the heavy responsibility of 2,000 years of history to a group of foreign travelers. Now all that is to do is to wait for the peaceful end to come with the citizens that they loved. Sucesso. Ah, cara. Eu vou encerrar a stream por aqui, galera.